Nice jump, Alistair.
David on street just resubbed for 4 months. Wow, good morning.
Grazie. What's up, Chufeng? Didn't sign anybody. We didn't sign anybody. Oh, you being a hilarious American and making out like you own the word football. I understand why Americans don't call it football. You guys already have football. But that doesn't mean it's right. You didn't invent the game. You barely play the game. But neither do you own the name of the game. You can call it soccer, because otherwise it's confusing. Hilarious Australian. Gosh, there's so many of those knocking about, aren't there? Again, you also have a game called football. It makes sense that you would have your own name for football because you have a game called football. I mean, Aussie rules football is barely a sport if you look at it. It's just, you know, it's just absolute nonsense. I have no idea why they get so excited, but, you know, it's just not my game. You can say the same thing about high lie or frisbee golf or whatever. It's not exciting to me, but I can recognize that it is clearly a sport. Top 50 marks of all time. Let's see what a mark is.
Oh boy! Unbelievable jack in the box!
What a magnificent, unbelievable Indigenous round. We saw John Cock there. He's in shock.
I didn't see him when he was 18.
He's nothing of a mature man.
Full goal. Look at Natanui! He took his armchair with him and sat up on top, Nick Natanui. What about the view from up there for Nick Nat? And look at them stand on their feet. We all enjoyed the rolls. The disposal is brilliant. Fantastic stuff as Spawn breaks towards the full forward. Oh!
So I guess the mark is you jump up and catch it after it's been booted. That's called a mark.
Oh, Holy being treated to some play here. Firstly by Kickett. And what a mark by Nicky Winmar. Let's hope he hasn't hurt himself.
Away it goes. And he drives it long. Down O'Hare.
Size of this bastard!
That's what you want.
That is a bludger right there.
This weekend. We've seen a number of hangers. He's a big grab. That's
Size of that cunt! Fuck me!
That's bigger and more cross. No, it's not.
Don't mention him again.
Just about.
Kicks inside the 50. End to end. Oh, what a mark. Again, Burke.
Martina belts the ball back into the centre. Montgomery takes a wonderful specky. He hung up there forever. Cadbury's is in this. Oh!
Otten's what a mark! Will he ever come down?
You're just allowed to climb over the other lads?
Turns back the clock. They're hanging on gamely here, the D.
He's like hanging off. He's like putting his knees on them.
Eyes on the ball. He's nearly jumped over the top of him.
And he's got the dismount working well too now, isn't he? Just
That's great to watch.
McGuinness brings it back. Butler at the back. Oh! Tony Butler has taken a screamer. He folded, get the ball moving. Madden up high. Oh, what a mark. referee's eye to try and get some.
Biggest hits.
Curnow, very hard was Joseph.
I'm gonna have to mute this. That looked like a big hit. Blam! Is that legal? Is that legal? Pff, Christ! Fucking hell! Oh my days! That lad's KO'd! Surely that's not legal. Oof! Oh my god! That is preposterous. That's the fencing response. This is ridiculous. This is utterly ridiculous. I'm not even comfortable watching that. That's so violent. That is stupid. You're just gonna lose players. Perpetual Havoc, what sport are you into? Because with a name like Perpetual Havoc, I would describe that describes Aussie rules football pretty well. Most violent I'll get is hockey. Aussie football is a bit too much for me. I mean, in hockey they're wearing padding and stuff, but then in hockey they can also just have a fight. Not much of a sports guy. So you've gone for the default sports ball. I'm wondering when someone's going to say what was Wenger thinking? He brought Walcott on too early. I don't understand why people are so defensive, as they were yesterday when we were talking about the TikTok NPC trend. Getting very defensive about that. It's harmless fun, Pyrian. It's harmless fun. You shouldn't criticize. It's harmless fun. Why are you being so mean about it, Pyrian? You should let people enjoy things. People enjoy different things, Pyrian. But apparently, sport, which is the most widely enjoyed pastime, other than watching TV, they're just trying to walk in. I saw that on a TV show. It's so funny. Just come up with your own funny joke. Say something else. Don't just fucking have a go. Everybody who likes, like the stereotype people who like sport, oh, they're all a bunch of idiots. It's just a bunch of men kicking a ball around on a field. Alright. Life is just eating and pooping. No interest in it. Reading, it's just letters on a piece of paper. Science, just men with glass tubes pouring liquid into other glass tubes, isn't it? And then sometimes it goes bang. That's all it is. What's all the excitement? TV, it's just flashing lights. Movies, the history of cinema, just flashing lights. It's just flashing lights. Smug. Why are we allowed to be complete dicks about sport? But we can't fucking have a pop at everything equally. Why do people pick sport as this big mocking thing? Why? I'm a nerd. I play video games for a fucking living, but I also love sport. Why is it that nerds feel like they have to, we've got to make fun of sport. You're all idiots. It's a sports ball. Oh, it's just a bunch of men kicking a ball. Because you don't fucking get it. It's daft, isn't it? Some things are just seen as acceptable to mock. You know why? Because they're enjoyed by the working class. That's why. Working class you're allowed to mock it. You're allowed to make fun of it. It is a very middle-class pastime to mock things that working-class people do. It gets right on my fucking tits. What are you doing that's so fucking clever, huh? Mr. Sports Hater? What are you doing? Not you specifically. A sports hater. Sitting around watching Have I Got News For You and patting yourself on the back about how clever you are. Oh, yeah, what a clever take for me and Hislop. Clever, clever. It's a load of bollocks. Rutrow. The enemy are wearing red. They stole our colours. No! I used to have a joke about how sports is in between the weather and stuff that actually matters, but now I quite like sport. It's just a hobby. It's just something to fucking watch. Like, I think it's very good for you to do sport. It's a great way to meet people. The feeling you get from playing sport and getting better at it is fun. It's a good way to stay in shape and lose weight. Lots of people, a lot of their social life comes from their sports club. And when you're a fan of a team, it's very exciting. It gives you something to really look forward to. At the weekend, you get to go and support your team. It's a lot of fun to do. We can mock all these things all we like, but you can mock any hobby. I just don't know why sport was chosen. Especially football. I feel like Armando Iannucci did it best by making fun of himself for trying desperately to fit in. Like, he's desperately trying to fit in as somebody who likes sport, even though he knows nothing about it. He knows nothing about it. I mean, you got your wish. It's almost impossible to watch football on telly these days. You have to specifically go out of your way to pay for it and find it. It's very difficult. People used to complain because it was on telly all the time. Do you know what was on telly all the time? Every sport. Snooker, bowls, golf, cricket, tennis, rugby. Now it's all gone. It's almost impossible. It's not everywhere all the time. This is an absolute myth. It's almost fucking impossible to get hold of it now. You have to pay quite a lot of money to watch it. You could live your entire life knowing nothing about football, and you barely see anything about it. They tuck the sports into a little special bulletin at the end of the news to save all the feelings of people who hate sport. And now sport, oh please, it's a little section called sport. You can look away if you don't like sport. We've put it in its own little bookended section. Oh please, oh. It's on the back page, so you can read the entire newspaper. You have to go through all the adverts. Oh, bloody sport again! Oh, it's at the back of the newspaper. It's very, very rarely the main news article. It would have to be something like Lionesses win World Cup or Gareth Southgate's sacked. That maybe on a slow news day would be front page headline news. More often than not, you've got to click on the special section on the website to get to the sports stuff. I just don't understand. People are like, it's everywhere. It's not everywhere. You know what's everywhere? Fucking politics is everywhere. I fucking hate reading about politics. It makes me very depressed. Can't get away from it. Can't get away from it. You watch a fucking panel show, everyone's making jokes. Oh, Boris Johnson. Audience applause. Oh my God, he said Boris Johnson. You could have inserted any politician in there. It could have been a joke about literally anybody. But he said Boris Johnson, so it's really topical. Boring.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Biriaru just resubbed for 53 months, morning gaffer.
Grazie. I mean, a mate of mine was asking me which cricketers I knew from the Ashes. And I knew the name Ben Stokes. Is it Ben Stokes? I used to watch the Ashes. I really enjoyed it, but I'm not paying. Oh my god, that's twice we could have won games. Oh, he's offside. These guys used to be nationally known. And now there's nowhere near as much attention. And it was a really good Ashes. I watched some of it on the internet. It was a really good Ashes, really good series. And these players are not the household names they used to be. Because now it's just like, it's all hidden. It's all obfuscated by money men. I think we've lost something. I think it's a real shame. You have to watch it on Sky, right? It used to be on Channel 4. The Channel 4 coverage was... You can listen to it on the radio, or you have to pay. I think the whole 3 p.m. thing, yes, it's because clubs were like... It's the same, you know what, it's kind of the same attitude that film studios used to have to rentals. Well, you guys, you young'uns, won't remember, is that in the 80s and 90s, when home VHS recorders became a big thing and everybody had one, you'd go to the DVD, the VHS rental store. The one near me was called PFlax, which at a distance looked like the word fucks. I don't know if that was their intention or not, probably. And had a picture of an Oscar, and it was yellow on blue. This was before Blockbuster took over everywhere. There were loads of independent little video rental places. You go in there to rent movies, and there were hardly any movies available that were from something that had come out within 3 or 4 years. So they would release it in all the theaters, and then several years down the line, they do a VHS release. And then they sort of started to realize, what if, hear me out here, fellas. What if we waited until the film was out of the cinema and then let people pay us to rent that film? And they were like, well, this sounds ridiculous. I mean, we're missing out on the vast amounts of money we make from just sitting around not letting anybody watch the movie. And that's what they did. They were like, actually, we should totally let people watch these movies. And we should, essentially, as soon as it's out of the cinema, very shortly after that, get it into the home rental market. And then, for a while, the movie would be out in the cinema. Maybe you missed it. And then all of a sudden, you go to the video store, and there's a whole wall of Matrix VHS to rent. And everybody's trying to get copies of the Matrix. And they realized it's a whole vast subsidiary market. It's the same thing with sport, I think, where they're like, we can't put it on at 3 p.m. People won't go to the game. But the difference is, the experience you get at the match is not something that you can recreate at home. It's a completely different experience. Because the difference between a cinema and a home cinema is not so great. Like, if you have a really good screen and a really good sound system, you're generally going to be able to watch a movie on a big screen TV with good sound. It's going to be like watching it in a small cinema. It's not going to be that different. And it's actually better because you can pause it. There's nobody around you being a dickhead. They'll wake up to it one day. shit. Mrs. F has potentially her colleague has given her COVID. She's okay, but he's got COVID. They work in the same office. The lads' morale is not good at the moment. We just started playing like cack! Yeah. It's just going around, you know. It's going to happen. Rico Hackett. Well, honestly, you can see the spark's gone out of the lads. They're second to every ball. I am not happy with your performance out there. Yes, very, very disappointed. We put ourselves right back in mire now. You know, there's not many games left this season. And the lads have got themselves into a bit of a funk. Now, credit where credit's due. You know, Pompey are a decent side. But we didn't look like we wanted to win that game at all. We would like to go up via the automatic promotion spot. It's in our power to do that. We have to play better. Win the games we've got in hand. And kick on. Because at the moment, we're not looking like winning a game. We've got lots of injuries, but I'm never going to lean on that as an excuse. Although we are down like 5 of our first team players. That's par for the course. You know, that's football. You're going to lose players, and that's the chance for other players to step up. And at the moment, they're not doing it. I didn't throw the water bottle. We haven't won a game in 4. Right. Team meeting. We're good enough to turn things around as long as we stay focused and remain positive. That's exactly the sort of reaction I want. Let's fucking go, lads. That's done a little tick up in morale. We have to win our next game. That's how we get on the roll. Alright, lads, team meeting. Team meeting? Yep. Gaffer says team meeting. Fucking hell. Alright. Oh, gentlemen, I just think we need to remain positive and we can turn things around and perhaps results will begin to go in our favour as long as we all work jolly hard. By God, he's right! I can't believe we didn't see it before. I'm inspired by those gently spoken words, Gaffer. I think that one thing that's interesting to me is that I guarantee you football managers absolutely bollock their players all the time. And yet, if you do it in this game, they're like, oh, that's not very nice. I want to go now. Are you telling me you think League One managers aren't just fucking shrieking at their players? How have you not fucking picked him up? He had 2 left feet. I don't know what the fuck is going on with some of you lazy cunts. We haven't seen enough of him, really. I couldn't really comment on the new gaffer. For some reason, everybody thinks Gary O'Neill was, you know, oh, they did wrong by him, he was great, I don't know what they were thinking. Didn't we just barely escape relegation? I mean, come on. Someone with a bit more tactical nous, you know, something about them. I'd like to see a bit of that. This lad might actually do something. Gary O'Neill wasn't going to fucking do it. It was like, come on. I don't know which team you support, so I cannot possibly comment. Spurs. I mean, I think certainly we ping it around fairly nicely. There's some nice quick passing and stuff like that. Like a lot of the players look quite comfortable on the ball. The problem is defensively and then through the middle we're just a bit fucking weak. I mean, honestly, Parker was fucking abysmal. I mean, Parker to me, apart from the fact that he tried to throw the team under the bus pretty early on, which is disgraceful. You don't do that. You do not do that. Start the season by saying, well, yeah, we didn't buy the players I wanted, so yeah, we're going to struggle, we're probably going to go down. So don't fucking sulk. Referee! Yes, thank you, ref. Jallo on the line. That was a hell of a finish. What a steal. Did you see this? He literally waited till the ball was on the line and then he was like, my goal. This is like what David Nugent did to Jermaine Defoe. What is that defending, gentlemen? For anyone that doesn't know, God, there has to be a better... This is the best version of this that I could find. Hang on, we've scored. Russell. So, he stole that from Jermaine Defoe. Did you see that? That is unbelievable. The cheek. Yes, the lads. Great from Jallo, good stuff. Russell, lovely ball. Phillips, first touch, superb. Plays it back. Connell, unmarked, lovely stuff. This Essa lad is a handful. By the way, those are his first 3 goals of the season. Just as we're about to sub Cundy off as well. Unfucking believable. What are the fucking chances? What a Russell. Well done, boys. Whew. Yeah, obviously a fantastic game for the fans, and we got the result we wanted. Bit of a heart attack game for me. Honestly, I was you know, when their third went in there, and luckily we were able to get the job done. But my goodness, it was hard work. But back to winning ways. That's important at this point in the season, especially. Need to get some momentum going, and hopefully we'll kick on from here and get some more games. No gang. Gang. Ice cream, so good. Yeah, we did that. Nice pint of best, lovely. Pork pie, so good. We could do that, John Bovril NPC stream, where I'm just there in a flat cap. Your pork pie, love it. You bastard. Yeah, you bastard. Law for all this, lovely. My wife's left me. Just all that. New revenue stream. John Bovril NPC stream. I don't know if I've got the energy. Nice cup of tea. Ooh, nice cup of tea. Lovely. Can you select what the tokens that they send you are? Or does it have to be specific things? I don't even know how it works. See if we can find one on TikTok. Here's one where a guy is pretending to be Michael Jackson. So the gifts are Rose, Ice Cream, White Rose, New Universe, Treasure Box, It's Corn, Weights, Finger Heart, Football, Panda, Hand Heart, Health Potion, Donut, Maracas, Lollipop, Cap, Money Gun, Hearts, Hat and Mustache, Mishka Bear, Corgi, Little Crown. How much does this shit cost? So 5 coins is 7p. 70 coins is a quid. So when they're getting the ice cream cone, that's 1p. And when someone sends 10 GGs, which is 1 coin each, that's 1p each. So that's 20p.
Thank you, baby. This is so cute. Oh, special. Oh, thank you, baby. This is so cool. Hee-haw, yes. You got me feeling like a cowgirl. Are you ready? Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Ice cream so good.
Apparently the hot dog guy makes 10 grand per live stream. I think it's NPC because they don't talk, they just react like NPCs. I believe that's it, man. That they're literally like an NPC, they just stand there waiting for you to interact with them, and then they just sort of, you know, they just sort of like, one of them, she's got like an idle animation. She's like, oh, so good, thank you. Hee hee. hee hee, like that. So it's like she's an NPC, and it's when you interact with her, she does stuff. She's just waiting for your input, like an NPC in a game, vaguely. That seems to be the gist of it. But we talked about this yesterday, and people got very upset when I criticized. Oh, you shouldn't. Oh, you should have your own period. Oh. So, you know, whatever. But now that I know how much money is in it, that ice cream is a penny. Ice cream's so good. You're debasing yourself for a penny. For a penny. A penny. A penny. Got the penny. It wasn't one guy. It wasn't one guy. It was a few people. Yeah, Pyrian, lay off the NPC fans. There's nothing wrong with it. It's harmless fun. We shouldn't criticize it. It's harmless fun. I don't know how much TikTok takes. What is fucking happening? I did not ban them. I mean, they didn't break any rules. I'm not just going to ban people for saying something like that. It's not that bad, man, is it? Also gave me a chance to go on a big rant about NPCs. We got right into it. I mean, it's mainly kids that love Fortnite, and why wouldn't they? It's a very pretty looking game, and a lot of the streamers that they love started off... I mean, XQC was basically a Fortnite streamer, wasn't he? It's like he wasn't a big deal before Fortnite, if I remember rightly. And, I mean, it was a fun enough game. I could see why it was a big hit, I mean... Yeah, they have... It's almost like you're queuing up catchphrases and actions based on the donation of the particular token that you can donate. So it's not that dissimilar from what already exists on Twitch in the form of redeeming your channel points to get them to, you know, flashbang the screen or whatever. So I think some people would probably rightly point at Twitch and say, but hang on, there's already people doing that kind of stuff. I think the difference is that the content that you're making when you're live streaming is not just you waiting for a donation. I mean, those kind of streams, I don't get why people watch them. I mean, they exist. Obviously, there's those girls that just do those streams. It's almost always girls, where they're just waiting for guys to donate, and so they will write your name on their body, right? That's not dissimilar to the whole NPC thing, for me. Because you're not actually doing anything other than waiting for a donation. And you're setting goals like, at this many, I'll take my top off. You know, that kind of stuff. Well, now the playoffs is what we got to hope that Portsmouth slip up, because we are starting to suck. We've lost a couple of key players. Cadden is out at exactly the wrong moment. Our left back is out at exactly the wrong moment. It's tough. I mean, most kids these days want to be a streamer. I know. I talk to them. And they, like, my kids at school, their friends know what I do for a living. And I'll be out and about with them and they'll come up. And they'll be like, it's true, you're a Twitch streamer. I'm like, yes. They're like, what games do you play? I'm like, you ever heard of Dota? And they're like, no. So, have you ever heard of Football Manager? No. What about Stellaris? Or Blood Bowl? Or XCOM? No. Do you do Fortnite? Nope. What about Tarkov? You heard of Tarkov? No. They ain't games for the kids, are they? Although Tarkov seems to have a bit more... Yeah, so have you ever heard of a little game called Hearts of Iron 4? Like, they've heard of Tarkov. I think Tarkov there's enough clips of it out there. But I think it's so dry compared to Fortnite that it doesn't appeal to, like, 10-year-olds. Do you know what I mean? Cadden is back, thank God. I mean, yeah, you know, content creation and stuff. I've been doing this for about 11 years now. Streaming for maybe 8. Something like that. 8, 9. And I love it. I mean, I get up. I have a cup of coffee. I commute the 6 feet from my bedroom to my office. I sit and play whatever game I want. I talk bollocks, I watch YouTube vids, I choose what I want to do, so I can just take a day off if I don't fancy it, if I'm feeling a bit blue or tired or whatever. I can just fucking do what I like, which sounds very appealing. However, obviously there are downsides. Job security is one. The fact that I could just fucking say something really fucking stupid that people hate and that's going to get clipped. Having to deal with people that fucking hate you for even, you know, for whatever reason. is challenging, if you like. Yeah, there are definitely things that are sort of you have to deal with, and sometimes you're in a position where you can just fucking ignore it. But other times you're just in the wrong mood, and it just really gets to you. Like the stuff with the Baldur's Gate stuff. It was an idea I wasn't really 100% fucking sure would work anyway. And then I know Sips' viewers fucking hate me. I don't know why I even thought it was going to be a good idea in the first place. And then we did it, and people were not happy with the way we did it. And, I mean, honestly, Sips hadn't even played the game, so we probably shouldn't have tried to do a co-op playthrough, because it's better for him to experience the game anyway. You know, he should play the game through. So it's like, it's just stuff like that just gets you down, because you think, geez, I thought that was going to be really fun. And then, you know, I also get like hate messages from people online and stuff, like mainly on Instagram, because I just have open DMs on Instagram. And you just think, geez, have people really got, genuinely, it sounds really tired, but have they genuinely got nothing better to do? But apparently they haven't. I would love it if we could kick these guys' arse, but for some reason they're running rings around us, boys. Oh, it's easy to say that, but if there's a lot of it, it does take a toll on you. You know? Like, it just does. Having to read people, fucking hate that cunt, period. Oh, he's so wrong all the time. It's like, fuck me. These guys are, like, furious. I mean, it's very easy to just be like, I don't know, whatever. What do you think about so-and-so? I don't know, whatever. Ha ha ha. Ah, he's so easygoing. If I did that, I mean, you know, it wouldn't be true to being me, but I could just never tell people what I think. Just not have an opinion about anything. I think some people would prefer that. I don't know what they want me to be. I think the balance we have of the three of us is perfect. Like, it's perfect. It's not like we don't like each other. Like, the reason we've been doing the podcast for like fucking, what, 7 years or whatever is because we really love doing it. But people are like, just so venomous. After a while, it does take a toll. You try and ignore it. And sometimes, I mean, I always remember Slacks when he started off. The Dirt community loves Slacks. It was not always thus. When he started out, he was fucking, people hated him. There were loads of people hated him. How can you fucking hate Slacks? Dude's the #1 content creator in Dota. He's literally every good piece of content you've ever seen at a TI for like the last 5 or 6 years or whatever has got his fucking hands all over it. Like, he is hired by pretty much every single event going, if they can get him, precisely because they know that he is like a content machine, and people fucking love his stuff. And he's super passionate about the game and unbelievably hardworking and a lovely guy. And when I saw the hate that he got, I was like, fuck, this is gonna like break him. He didn't give a fuck. Offside, referee! Thank you. There are so many people in the world actually deserving of hate and scorn, and then people give it to content creators, and I think This is how you know it takes up too much of someone's time. Have you even played the game, Munt? Dr. Devious, I don't know why you're proud of that. It sounds like you're being a fucking prick. Am I wrong? When you say nope, do you mean I'm not wrong, or nope, you weren't being a prick? Because I want to have my own opinions, I wasn't being mean, I was just sharing my views, like NPCs people being bad. I wasn't cutting anyone down, etc. What do you mean, have your own opinions? Everybody has their own opinions, dude. Do you mean you had unpopular opinions, and people were like, can you please stop? Ah! Please let it stand! Fuck off, linesman! Right, but here's... I can tell a little bit about what kind of person you are by the way you put it. Because I want to have my own opinions. You're kind of implying that other people's opinions are not their own. And that somehow your unpopular opinions are more valid, or... I don't understand why people... You know, I just want to have my unpopular opinions. I'm entitled to have my unpopular opinions. If you have an opinion, and loads of people are saying, you're wrong, that's bullshit, that's kind of different, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you have a really unpopular opinion and everybody's telling you that you're wrong, it's not just your opinion and you don't have to get defensive about it. Maybe you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, one of them is the mouse cursor. Well, that is a tricky place to come and get a point. Ah, we're fucking up. We are fucking up. How is this an upset? Fratton Park witness upset. Portsmouth versus Burton. Burton are 23rd. Portsmouth are 2nd. I mean, the Hat Films Discord is going to be a pretty chill place, I'm just saying. All I'm saying is you sound a lot like the people we banned from my Discord for being absolute pricks. And they just think, you know... Oh, hold on, what's this? Welcome back to Between the Lanes, a blog feature where we let members of our development team walk through some of the challenges, bug fixes, and occasional happy accidents. Who's this one by? Oh, this is interesting. This is all about the booths. If I look at some of those TI3 pictures, you can see me in them. Because my bald head sticks out a mile. Well, we've hit bad form at exactly the wrong point in the season. Come on, boys, please. I don't even understand what you're saying anymore, Dr. Devious, and I don't care. Your initial statement was enough. I don't care about anything else. This is all about how they put together... I'll post this blog post. This is all about the booths. If you're interested in how they build the soundproof booths, read this. Wow. The booths cost 400 grand for the two of them at TI5. It is funny to me that we're obsessed with soundproof booths in Dota, but every other esport manages without them. No, not 4 to 5 grand each. 200 grand each. For each booth. It's 400 grand for the pair. Ref! No, CS doesn't use booths. You see them. Look, this is the CSGO Major in Brazil. No booths. And this was a big major with a big loud crowd. This is IEM Cologne 2023. They're not in booths. So, since the amount of information of the enemy team is very limited in Dota, not so much in CS, stuff like Roche and Big Smokes, that's bollocks. There is the information that you could glean in CSGO is literally as important as which site they are pushing, what locations they are holding. Like it's the information is and you could just get it at a glance, or just one word. All right, so Mr. Rab, would that not also be true of the fact that when Chinese teams are playing, they chant Roshan, Roshan, and shit like that when the enemy team is doing Roshan, and you can hear it through the booth? Bobby Thomas got sent off. The idea that Dota is somehow unique in having information the enemy team would like to know, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You don't know shit. Yeah, fucking classic. We are the only game that does it. Soundproof booths. And I know, having worked on events where the crew are like, why do you guys have soundproof booths? We never use it in so-and-so game. And we're like, oh. You don't need them. You don't need them. That's the point. Is you don't need them. Like if Valve did it at TI1, because they had such a small area, the players were literally sat like opposite each other, and they thought they'll be able to hear each other's comms and all the rest of it. And the only solution was to build a literal soundproof booth. But then they found, if you read this blog, that you could see your opponent's screen reflected on the glass behind. So then they hung t-shirts in front of the players so that they couldn't see the other guys. And also the booth got incredibly hot. So they had all these technical problems that they had to solve. That was literally why Dota had it. And then it was seen as like, that's what you do. But I think most esports, StarCraft doesn't use them, right? I mean, you look at all that StarCraft stuff, it's just two lads on a stage. No, I don't think they did. I mean, I've watched loads of StarCraft clips, and it just appears to be two lads on a stage. StarCraft 2 pop-offs? Trying to get any moment where they show the players. So I think it's like anything. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't, it looks like. But Dota was like, you've got to have booths. And then when they didn't have it at TI, everyone was like, they haven't got boots. It was weird. No, I don't think. I think again, is your TV running? I think that's bollocks as well. If the aim is to conceal information that they can hear from the casters, which is what the issue is, the crowd and the casters revealing what's happening to the players, things that they wouldn't otherwise be able to see. Okay? If that's the idea, then essentially having noise-cancelling headphones over your in-ear headphones, in StarCraft it should be even easier, because you don't even really need to have like comms, because you're just alone, right? So you could just sit there with noise-cancelling headphones on and play StarCraft. I don't know whether they need the sound in StarCraft. I don't know. Maybe they do. But if they have booths, I don't know. I was at a Dream League event, a Dream Hack, sorry, and there was a StarCraft tournament. I'm pretty sure they didn't have booths. I mean, I've literally been asked by people that work non-Dota events, why do you guys have booths? We don't have them in insert game here. Like, they're not just lying, are they? They're not just fucking with me. They're asking, legitimately, why do you guys have soundproof boots? And like PGL, well, most of the PGL guys are like, why do you guys have soundproof boots? I'm not making it up. It's not an opinion. That is a thing I've been asked. So, therefore, it's reasonable to assume that a lot of games don't have booths. And if they occasionally do, sure, whatever. But more often than not, the Dota seems to be the one that has been most obsessed with soundproof booths. Yeah, you can fuck around with training intensity. If your lads are all fucking knackered all the time. I mean, my lads are in excellent state of fitness. But we are down quite a few players, which really fucking sucks. Yeah. I wish I lived in a fucking soundproof booth. I think if you're going to do double intensity, you should do it pre-season. But expect to get some players injured. If you've got a big squad and you want them to be super fit, I guess you can do it. But here's the weird thing about FM. Is that there have been managers who've come in, taken over a team, and really, really focused on fitness. Like, way more than the previous manager did. Like, this is a thing in football. There's some managers are like, I'm going to push you to the limits. We're going to be much fitter than we were last season. Because we're going to run all the fucking time. But the most that's going to do is get the match fit, but then they also have this baseline level of fitness. So let's look at Josh Martin. He has stamina 11. Even if I spent every session training him, he might go up to 12. But what you should really be able to do in terms of their physical fitness, strength, stamina, even things like jumping reach, even things like agility, you should be able to focus way more on the physical aspects and train your lads to be physical monsters. And they'll complain and stuff like that, but hopefully eventually they'll be like, yeah, it was worth it. But you really can't affect the fitness of the players in this game. You can make them match fit, but you can't really push them physically. Because I guarantee you, if you took a player at the start of the season, after a big pre-season of training, and their friendlies, they should be at a point where they're like peak physical condition. And not just in terms of match fitness and sharpness, but literally how physically fit they are. And then, you know, Christmas time rolls around and they're fucking knackered. I think they need to model it a little better. Rasmus, I don't care, dude. This is not a fucking agony aunt column. Ask an actual friend. Ask one of your actual friends. Not that one. Not the one you're talking about. Just ask your actual friends. Yeah, the training is just doesn't really work. Like they keep we've reworked training, but all they've really done is rework the fucking interface. It's never actually having the effect I think it does in real life. Yeah, my ass man handles training, thank you very much. So we are 3 points off automatic playoff. We basically need to beat Forest Green Rovers to get back on track. Otherwise we're really struggling.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Natalie ran just resubbed for 22 months.
Grazie. Fabio Yallo called up by Portugal under-19s. Nice. Natalie Wren, one of the silent viewers. If you want advice, write into the Triforce when we do mailbag. Maybe we'll cover it, but more often than not, I just ignore those emails. They're pretty boring. I should do a stream where I read the emails that didn't make the cut. I think you guys would be interested to see why they didn't make the cut.
Nice jump, Alistair.
DJ Cookson just resubbed for 51 months.
See if I'll find you an example. I won't give any names or anything like that. First of all, stop writing in about Red Rising. Here's a good example of the kind of shit that I get sent. I found this on Twitter and it reminded me of Pyrion. Hilarious! But there is an issue. It's a podcast. How are we going to show that? How are we going to show that? It's a fucking podcast. Had a lot of supportive emails from pharmacists, happy that I backed them up. Some of the stories we get just sent are really gross. A very long email about what a K-hole is and what it feels like. Apparently that's taking loads and loads of ketamine. Someone saying, did I spot you in a restaurant in Bury St. Edmunds? One guy says that he leaves little wax penises everywhere. Video recommendations. Like any kind of factory shit. Can you forward this to Zips, please? It's a factory. A list of things that Scousers say, none of which is really bizarre. This person said, Central California resident here. Big ups to Bakersfield. Folks knowing their city is shit and not writing in trying to defend it. That's it. That's the whole email. I don't know what I meant to do with that. I don't know what it's a reference to. A screenshot. People sending me screenshots. Someone who hates Rasputin. An email where the entire email is them talking about how much they love and the Yogs and how long they've been watching for. And then at the end, what's your favorite movie? Just zero effort. Zero effort. One which was probably have got us caught in court if we'd read it, because it was like claiming something about someone. Which if we'd essentially published it, I think we probably would have been sued. Very long email about a girl who really wanted to have sex with a guy and he was too nervous. It's like 1,000-word email. Really long one about what our dreams are like. What are your dreams like? An incredibly long bad date story, which wasn't even that bad. Of another video. Somebody with asking for information about their Chevrolet car and our opinions on it. It's just, what is that? Yeah, just weird. So yeah, there's a lot of them. There are some of them that start off and it's like, alright, you fucking bold cunt. And I think they're trying to be funny. Like, that's literally the opening line. Alright, you bold cunt. Oh, well, I'm not reading this. That's going in the bin. Or they'll, like, make a joke that is just an insult. And they'll be like, I kid. You guys love humor. It's like, yeah, we do. It needs to be present in the email for me to read it out. I mean, I do love humor. That's why I'm so picky about which emails get read out. Because I can see which ones are going to be funny to read in themselves or going to lead to a funny conversation. If your email opens with insulting me, moves on to telling us, as if it's like some qualification for you having your email read out, how long you've been listening to and what all your favorite series are and stuff like that, that's not getting read. And then ends with the most basic bitch question imaginable. It's in the bin. It's in the bin. The ones that I read out are things like, hi, I have an interesting job. Thought you'd like a story about it. Here is a picture which you can show the lads. Bing bang bosh. Ooh, this guy looks good. Robert Farrington. He's signed up. I'm going to sign them all up. Oh, yeah, well, you can fuck off then. Good first touch, good stamina, good fitness, determination, flair, passing, technique. Good. Which was your email, Snow Globe? I mean, it's just some of them. If the email is like, it's good content in the email, but the email is written in too wordy a fashion, such that it would take me like 5 minutes to read the email, like 5-6 minutes to read the email, and it's not that interestingly written or funny. It's just stating fact after fact, caveats. You know, it's like, it's just like, this is boring. And then at the end, it's good. Or at the end, it's like, well, that might be worth talking about. It's kind of like, that just doesn't fit the format. The emails that work really well are ones that are, like we did a mailbag last week. And it was a good dating story. That was a good one. What other ones did I read out last week that were good? It was a funny one about... Yeah, there were a couple of funny dating ones. More about Argos. Some stuff about E.T. Some stuff about Lewis's ball pain. Stuff about Clacton for some reason. Magic the Gathering. There were some good ones, and one of the things that I said on a previous episode was that I was a little concerned about how many kids are playing. Are essentially using huge platforms owned by giga corporations. And that the next sort of youth revolution, like happened in the 60s, with the hippies and all that kind of stuff, which, whatever criticisms you want to make about that movement and what those people turned out to be like, and the fact that they're all the boomers we have now were all fucking hippies back then. First of all, it wasn't even that big a movement. It's kind of overblown. But it was a big youth movement. And it did lead to a lot of things. And it was very noticeable and very, very visible in the public eye. And I think it did inspire quite a few people, is that their movement existed on its own. And they used music and drugs and festivals and comedy and writing that they controlled to reach a bigger audience. My point was that young people today, in order to organize, are going to do it online. And they're probably going to do it using some of the very, very big, powerful, multi-billion-dollar platforms owned by huge corporations and tech bros. And my concern is, will it be possible for them to have the kind of big social change and big movements like that when these platforms could essentially just go, nope. That was it. And apparently I'm super wrong and these movements are all out there, and the algorithm is denying it to me, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But that's my point, is that the algorithm is deciding what I watch. I would have to know about it and go looking for it. So it doesn't have the power to reach me unless the algorithm decides. And that's my whole fucking point. Is that it's controlled either by AI or by a platform or by some guy at the top. So it's almost impossible to reach the audience that you need to reach with these movements. Because it's really, really, really difficult to get it out there. That's a concern. Another concern would be if you think about the number of movements that have a really negative impact on society and people. And are really bad growing. Because the algorithm is like, oh, you like this? Here's nothing but that. And you will be bombarded by this shit. There's a guy, he's like an ex-conspiracy theorist. I was reading, there's a thread he posted on Twitter. I mean, he's still full of shit, but he's like an 9/11 truther and all this kind of stuff, and he was like one of those guys who thought Sandy Hook was oh, it's all crisis actors, and now he's clear, he's on the other side, and he's seen that it's all nonsense. And the reason that he realized it was nonsense, or finally fucking woke up, is because his whole thing was, they're not elections, they're selections, and we don't choose the leader, it's the elite that do, right? And then they thought that that meant Hillary Clinton was clearly going to win the election, it was going to be a fix, and then Donald Trump won. And he was like, huh, that doesn't really make sense. And then he thought the royal family basically was one of the controlling parts of the world. And that Brexit wouldn't go through because, of course, the whole point is a new world order, and the EU is a movement towards the new world order. And then Brexit happened, and he was like, this doesn't fit the narrative. Maybe I'm wrong. And started to reevaluate things and was like, this is all bollocks. Looked into 9/11 and the reality behind Building 7 collapsing, all this kind of stuff. Like, it's incredible that these people were ever fooled by this stuff. I am glad that they're out and clear on the other side, but I still don't think they're worth listening to. Because if they fell into that hole that easily and bought all that shit, I kind of think they're an idiot. So it's nice to hear the story that they're out on the other side, but I don't think they should then become some voice of reason, because they're still very stupid. I don't think they sell reality and skepticism well. I think they look like fucking idiots, regardless. So I'm glad they're out, but at the same time, could you shut the fuck up now? Like, that's enough, I think. But once they go down that, what they call it, like a rabbit hole, the rabbit hole now is an algorithm stuffing conspiracy theories down your face 24/7. Eventually, some of it's going to stick. I watched a video about the Oklahoma City bombing, and it presented and seemed like a perfectly normal documentary, the kind of stuff you see actual YouTube like journalists and people making. Like, what's that guy's name? American guy, quite good looking guy. He does some weirdo stuff, but he did a big video about why the McDonald's machines are always broken, the ice cream machines are always broken. Johnny Harris? Is it Johnny Harris? Something like that. Seems like a reasonably credible guy. Sometimes fucks up, I think. Like, I don't take all his stuff as... Yeah, Johnny Cash. Yeah, very good. It's not Johnny Cash. Either way, that guy. It looked like one of his videos. And it was a guy pouring... sort of skepticism on every aspect of the Oklahoma City bombing. And basically saying, like, it was an inside job, the CIA did it to make white nationalists look bad, the guy wasn't even there, all this kind of crap. Timothy McVeigh, I think his name was, the guy that was convicted. And, he, it was basically making the case that it was the CIA that did it. And if you watch this video on its own, you'd think, huh, that's interesting. But you just scratch the surface of it by actually looking at the reality and just read one debunking article. And they're like, here's why this is a load of bollocks. With links to the relevant news stories. With links to all the articles from the time. With links to videos from the time. With links to everything that doesn't make the conspirators' case. And the whole thing falls apart. But if you watch that without doing that, you'd think, oh man, I knew it. And it would just be confirmation bias. So anyway, my point was simply that this whole social movement thing is much, much, much harder to work because of this whole fucking algorithm shit. And I was wrong, apparently. Collie Defense. No, I don't want to play Collie Defense, thank you. Yes, I do have unread notifications on LinkedIn. I don't care. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 emails since yesterday morning already for the mailbag. Most of them will be bobbins. Loads of emails telling me, Piran, I don't know if you know, but gooning doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay. Well, Ascenta, the problem is that some of those simple solutions are just made up. Like, is it simpler to believe that thousands and thousands of people were involved in a global conspiracy to bring about a new world order, and that 9/11 was a part of that? And that literally hundreds of thousands of people around the world are involved in the faking of the moon landing, and all the effort that that would take, and all the space program, all of it, every single fucking country, that every single country in the world is controlled by a shadowy elite? Is that easier? I think that requires a vast leap of imagination. I think the very simple solution for most things is completely missed by conspiracy theorists. Like even this whole, the UN don't want you to see the flat earth, so they have ships that will turn you back if you get too close to the ice wall. That's insane. That is so complicated and expensive. I watched a video where a guy calculated how many people that would require, and not one of them has ever come out. That is impossible. I think that is measures of complexity way beyond. Yeah, exactly. The USSR was like, yes. I mean, interesting to me is like the idea that there were a lot of missing Russian cosmonauts that were just never reported and never will be because they never wanted to reveal that a load of people died during their missions. That is a conspiracy, if you like, that I believe in because of the country that did it, the time they did it, and the motivation for them doing it. That makes sense. I also think a lot of it is ego. People don't understand things like physics and stuff, even very simple things, and they think that if I can't see it, it's not true, is a viable way to live your life. I don't understand vaccines, therefore some guy's blog is all I need. I will read this guy's blog. It's written in a dumb way that I understand. Now I feel smart. My ego is assuaged. Rather than being able to just say, I just don't understand. I just trust they know what they're talking about. I also think some things are just too horrific to really think about. So people just lean into a conspiracy instead. Also, you got to remember, the internet encourages this shit. And you can now be part of a community, and you can be a big name, and you can even earn a living by being a speaker at these things. And you will have fans, and you will be rewarded monetarily for having and expressing these opinions. We create an economy based around, a miniature economy around having these dogshit opinions. Look at that guy, what's his fucking name? Alex Jones, right? Look at Alex Jones. The guy made a fortune by doing this stuff. The system rewards it. He's rewarded for having these dogshit opinions. We need Portsmouth to lose. Please don't do the Olays. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos. They're not bad. Oh! The court case with him in was amazing. Amazing. If you watch the Legal Eagle video on that, it's just astonishing. I've never heard a lawyer so happy. No, Mr. Jones. He sounds like a supervillain. Like, the lawyers literally sent him everything that he requested, which they had claimed they didn't have. The problem is there's no alternative that people are drawn to. People aren't as drawn to people calmly and reasonably laying out the facts. That's not hot, is it? People aren't going to tune into that. So Portsmouth drew. They do have a game in hand, but they've given us a window. That was an important win for us against Shrewsbury. I mean, yeah, you know, you can't just silence them. For one thing, you'd literally be playing into their hands. But the main thing would be that you need a voice on the other side that is explaining why these people are wrong. And now we've got a problem with those people's kids. Just like the way racist parents produce racist kids, conspiracist parents produce conspiracist kids. Oh, you're going to school, huh? Don't believe anything they tell you, son. They're part of the system. Hopefully when those people get older, they realize, God, my parents were fucking crackers. They were bonkers. But a lot of them won't. I know a guy who's like a real conspiracy theorist. Just gone. It's like he's gone. No comment on the snipers. Well, how many games do we have left? We got Lincoln, Peterborough, Fleetwood, Cambridge. Lincoln, Peterborough, Fleetwood, Cambridge. So 3 mid-table teams and a team on the cusp of the playoffs. So you're a communist, Mr. Rad. Yeah, you know who shares that opinion? Totalitarians. And fascists. And communists. Extremists of all fucking shades. And egotists. Because you're implying that your parents and you are so good that you would have absolutely passed that test. You sure? You sure? 100% sure that all your friends and all your family would have been permitted to live by the state? It's the dumbest fucking opinion. You don't know who's going to be in charge. My parents accidentally had kids. Me? Should I not be born? I should never have been born. According to your new world order. Disgraceful. We've got no fucking right backs.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Sharking Red just resubbed for 11 months.
Grazie. Not realistic or simple solution, it's abominable. You're talking out your absolute fucking arse now, son. The argument that there should just be less people is gibberish. Absolute gibberish. I think we can afford to be positive here, team. Because the argument hinges on the idea that there are too many people, but you're not one of them. There are too many bloody people. Not me, of course. We're Barnsley. I would love to win this game. Ref! Oh, hello! Tedic! Yes! Back to cautious. It's pronounced Shrewsbury, yeah. Don't ask me why. There's a very good Mapmen video explaining why British place names are so funky. And there's a map of where the influence came from in place names. Apparently Frome, spelled F-R-O-M-E, is the most mispronounced place name in Britain, because everybody says Frome. But for no reason whatsoever, it's Frome. I mean, Bicester is Bicester. It doesn't make sense. They're not saying it does, but they're just saying this is how we got here. And it's because we've been invaded by so many people and our language is so funky. Oh, you mug. Come on, Collins. Come on, save this, baby. Ugh. Ben House. That's a good name. Yes, Southwark. We don't say South. Like Southampton. It's not Southampton. Southampton, is it? It's Southampton. We don't say Southampton even, it's Southampton. Well, generally that's round my way. Down Southampton. But why is it Southwark? Doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be Southwark. I mean, Lincoln should be Lincoln. But it's not. It's got a silent L tucked in there. So you say one of the L's, but not the other. And like they said in the video, the only real way to know all this is you just have to learn it. Bewley is probably the best example. Bewley in Dorset. You literally get American tourists asking, do you know which bus I get to Beaulieu? And Beaulieu is exactly how that word looks, but it's Bewley. And it's spelt Beau and Lou, like the two French words, like Beau and in lieu of, L-I-E-U. Why is it Bewley? Doesn't make any sense. Anyway, watch the vid. It's the latest Mapmen vid. It's good. Offside, I think, for Tedic, unfortunately. Maybe not. Absolute nutsacks.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Accident by Dragon just resubbed for 23 months.
Not great. Oh shit! Portsmouth must have dropped points. Oh! Alright, they've got a game in hand. If they win it, we go level on points, but their goal difference is slightly better. Who have we got left? How many games have we got left? What is it? 3 games. The fact we didn't beat Lincoln is really fucking bad. This is the first season. Let's hear that. The lad is dressed in kind of shabby clothes. He's got some kind of sort of leathery face mask on. He's running towards me. Probably nothing to worry about. I have wondered, in a lot of those movies with those nutters, if you were just like really friendly with them, and when they tried to scare you, you were like, "Oh, you got me there. Hey, do you want to play Scrabble?" Would they be like, "I love Scrabble. You spell good. I'm sure you do. Let's have a game. You got a board?" "Yes, in-house, made of bones." Fantastic, a custom board. Oh, very nice. All right, let's go. You start. Brain. That's a good word. Brain. And you let them win. I mean, obviously, if they open with, like, knocking you on the head and chucking you in a pit, different. Yeah, it's the Jason movies. Did it start off? They're from Friday the 13th, right? In Friday the 13th, the original Friday the 13th, came out in May 1980. In 1958, at Camp Crystal Lake, two counselors sneak inside a cabin to have sex where an unseen assailant murders them. In present day, camp counselor and cook Annie Phillips is driven halfway to the reopened Camp Crystal Lake by truck driver Enos. Enos warns her about the camp's troubled past, beginning when a young boy drowned in Crystal Lake in 1957. After being dropped off at the halfway point, Annie hitches another ride from an unseen person who eventually slashes her throat. At the camp, counselors blah 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 blah. She reveals that her son Jason was the young boy who drowned in 1957, blaming his death on neglect by the counselors because they were having sex instead. Revealing herself as the killer, she attempts to kill Alice. At the shore, they struggle until Alice is able to decapitate her. Exhausted, Alice falls asleep inside a canoe that floats out on Crystal Lake. When she awakens, Jason's decomposing corpse drags her into the lake, at which point she awakens in a hospital surrounded by a police sergeant and medical staff. The sergeant says there was no sign of a boy at the lake, to which Alice says, then he's still there. So, it's a misty ending because it's like, turns out it was Jason's mother who was the killer. But then she has a dream that his ghost is still in the lake, implying that he is undead. But he started off, it was a young boy. Jason now is like the Terminator. So when did that happen? Let's see how the movies evolved. So that was the original Friday the 13th. Part 2 It's 12 months later. Alice Hardy is recovering from her experience. When she opens the refrigerator to get some cat food, she finds the severed head of Pamela Voorhees, that's Jason's mother, with an ice pick to her temple by an unknown intruder. Oh, and then she is killed. 5 years later, Paul Holt opens a school for camp counselors on the shore of Crystal Lake. A bunch of people die there. They talk about the legend of Jason Voorhees. So Jason kind of disappears at the end of movie 2. Part 3. Jason unmasked, running around. So he's wearing the mask in 2. A burlap sack mask. So he starts off just wearing a burlap sack mask. Friday the 13th, the final chapter, has the ski mask. His body is taken to the morgue, but he spontaneously revives and escapes, murders a bunch of people. Tommy shows him several monster masks he made before Rob leaves to go camping later that night. Jason kills someone with a spear. Then, the next year, Friday the 13th, a new chapter. Now a teenage Tommy Darvis is tormented by nightmares of the mass murder. Jason is back. So they were made, loads of them in the 90s. Then there was a lull between 93... Jason Goes to Hell, the final Friday, which was a straight-to-video, very long and convoluted plot. And then we get, like, Jason X, which is when he's like this unstoppable alien-looking Terminator. Then Freddy versus Jason, where he fights Freddy. And then, in 2009, Friday the 13th. It's a reboot and the 12th installment in the Friday the 13th franchise. Whew. Jason X Death Moon. The summary. The world thought it could breathe a sigh of relief when the juggernaut of death, known as Jason Voorhees, was cryogenically frozen. The world should have known better. Resurrected and rebuilt by state-of-the-art technology in the 25th century, Jason is now an indestructible living weapon. Moon Camp Americana, a finishing school for wayward young girls, has enough problems, but a much bigger problem is coming. Jason has arrived, and lesson teachers will leave you in a body bag. That's Jason X Death Moon. I don't think that you could describe the Friday the 13th movies as anything to do with Hollywood, as we understand it. Certainly not now. I mean, this is like small fucking studios, and they're just trying to make movies any way they can, right? Like, they've got the rights to a franchise. Ugh. They're going to make as many movies as they possibly can. Yeah, it's quite the lump, eh? It's gone down a bit. It's called a hematoma. It was a big wallop. Oh! Well, it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it, at centre? Because if I come up with a new IP, I need to first convince people to see the movie. But I also need to convince the studios to make the movie. So it's a question of risk-taking. And it's just much easier to say, we're going to make a Mission Impossible movie. That's an existing IP, and even though the last time it worked was the 70s, for some reason we're going to brand it as Mission Impossible. I don't know why they couldn't just call it something else. But it did have elements, the pretty iconic, your mission, should you choose to accept it, and this message will self-destruct stuff. This message will self-destruct. I just wondered which young people were aware of Mission Impossible. If that's the audience you're going for. Maybe you're going for people in their 20s and 30s who might be vaguely familiar with it because their parents watched it or something. The death of DVD sales has made lower budget movies riskier? Yeah, that's interesting. You can't do straight to DVD. You can do straight to streaming though. I think another big thing is the cost of movies is so fucking huge. People expect a certain level of quality, right? Oh, Russell. I mean, Netflix has been, and all of these streaming services, I've really enjoyed them. I think they're great. For the consumer, they feel really good. I watch them all the time. I don't know whether they're good for film production. I don't know. I mean, we have got some amazing TV series and all that out of them. So it would be hard to say that they're not good. I think he's offside. Really? We haven't got long to save our season here, lads. That is fucking bogus. Oh, yes, please! Oh, it's a gift! Yeah, absolutely. Thrilled with the win. You know, you'll take him any way you can get him at this point in the season. Our fate's in our hands again. It's up to us. That's what we wanted. I don't want to be relying on other teams. We were relying on Portsmouth to make a mistake. They did. It's a big, big boost. We're in second. We've guaranteed playoffs now, but we're in a position to go up automatically in second place. Ipswich have won the league. I mean, they're on 99 points. It's a tremendous achievement by them. We did beat them, of course, at their place. So, you know, that's another little notch in us belt. But, yeah, with 2 games to go, win them both and we're promoted. That's it. That's the message That's what I'm telling the players. I've given them Bovril for breakfast, lunch and dinner with a snack of Bovril twice in between each meal and again at bedtime. If that doesn't get us the results, I don't know what will. Are you concerned with your goalkeeper's recent interest in NPC TikTok streams? Right, we're going to play Fleetwood, who were in 19th. The supporters are delighted. You've been to Fleetwood, what a shithole. Let's have a look at Fleetwood. It is... I don't even know where it is. It's just north of Blackpool. It's, wow, a town organised in a pretty interesting way. That's it.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Hardcore Ginger just resubbed for 29 months.
They've just got a roundabout and then a bunch of very straight roads. This is like the buzzing centre of Fleetwood. Ah, I see they've gone for standard British House Model 2. A gruntled or disgruntled resident. Not even looking at the Google car. Doesn't even glance at it. These are nice houses. I mean, these are nice big houses. What would be the worst part of Fleetwood? This bit looks pretty shitty. Oh, I see terraced housing. Look how little space we get on our island. You get a box to live in. You get no front, and the back is an alleyway. That's your garden. There, you're allowed that. I mean, this, you know, they made an effort on this road to block out everything. You can't blame them. Don't you be going down that Stanley Road. Where's all the offies? God. Lemon. Is that a fucking Google? Is that fucking Google van? A couple of burglars at work. It's that fucking Google truck. Memorial Park. Let's have a look at Memorial Park. Oh, we're right here. That's a nice park. What about over by the coast? Got this big marsh before you can get to the sea. I wonder if they got much of a beach. Oh, they've got one of these. I always feel like that's very mean. I don't know if it's flood defences, though. It's an Atlantic wall there. This could be Canberra. Look at this stretch here. Right, that's Fleetwood. Canberra is... Oh, I can never remember which bit it's in. I think it's further this way. It's Dungeness, I think. Yeah, there's Canberra. Almost the same, but Canberra is... I think it was further along here. It's got that big... Sure there was a bit in Canberra, though. I think it's this bit. The Kent's beautiful, by the way, if you haven't been there. It's very pretty. How much can we see of Dungeness on Google Maps? Oh, they went right down there. Look at this eerie fucking place. This is Dungeness. Last time we went there, the rain was so bad. We went to this inn for lunch. The rain was so bad that when I was driving, with windscreen wipers going like crazy, I could see about 6 feet. Literally 6 feet. I was going as slow as I could, fog lights on everything, and just hoping to God that no one came up behind me and couldn't see me. It was unbelievable. And there was lightning like pa-pow, pa-pow, like hitting. We could see the lightning strikes hitting the ground all around us. Got to the inn. I pulled in. The dog was so scared by the weather she wouldn't get out of the car. Mrs. F and everyone else we were with just legged it in. No help. I was dry in the car. In the time it took me to get out, get the dog out of the car, and she did not want to come out. Had to get her out. By the time I got in, I was soaked head to toe like I'd been put in water. Couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. Mrs. F was like, "Oh, what happened to you?" I was like, "It's a fucking divorce, bitch. It's over." One of those moments where you just want to walk out. You're just like, well, it was a nice marriage. It's been good knowing you, but I'm leaving. We all do it. But in that moment, if an angel had come down and said, "Ah, if you wish, I can remove you from this situation. You will no longer be married. You will be far from this place and bone dry." Be like, you know what? Fuck it. Get me out of here. Play your natural game, lads. Play your natural game. Beat Fleetwood. Beat Wood Mac. Keep an eye on that Bolton score. They're at home to Charlton. That's a tough game for them. Offside. Damn! Ooh, that's close. Does anyone know? I can't be asked to look it up. Is the town twinning thing... It's just something for councils and shit to do, isn't it? Like, it's just a thing they came up with to do that serves no actual purpose. Because you're almost always twinned with somewhere that no one's ever heard of, because it's like another small town in France. And no one's heard of like every small town in countries that they live in, let alone other countries. I bet it came about in the 60s. Inspired by the bombing of Coventry, known as the Coventry Blitz. First conceived by then Mayor of Coventry, Alfred Robert Grundley. Culminating in his renowned telegram to the people of Stalingrad, now Volgograd, in 1942. The idea emerged as a way of establishing solidarity links between cities and allied countries that went through similar devastating events. The comradeship between the two cities continued when, again in response to the Battle of Stalingrad, 830 women in Coventry, led by the subsequent mayor, Emily Smith, had their names embroidered on a tablecloth along with the words, "Little help is better than big sympathy," and sent it along with money, each donated 6 pence, to the people of Stalingrad. The tablecloth can now be seen at the Panorama Museum of the Battle of Stalingrad. The twinning between Coventry and Stalingrad was formalised in 1944, and after the end of the war, similar links were established to foster friendship and understanding among former foes as an act of peace and reconciliation, with new twinnings between Coventry and German cities, Kiel and Dresden. I've been to Kiel. In 1957, Coventry was officially twinned with Belgrade. However, the link actually dates back to 1953, when the Yugoslav ambassador visited Coventry and offered a gift of timber from his native country for use in the new civic theatre. The purpose of twinning was then expanded to encourage trade and tourism, or to reflect other links such as town sharing the same name or migration links. By the 2000s, town twinning became increasingly used to form a strategic international business links among member cities, and may include locations of any scope such as villages, prefectures, or counties. So it began because Coventry and Stalingrad twinned. That is fascinating. We went to Kiel to go to the airmen, the Allied Airmen Cemetery, the war cemetery there, where my mother's... No, it wasn't on my mum's side. It was on Mrs. F's grandmother's side. It was her brother who died in the war. He's buried there. My God. Bolton a drawing. Holton Lefield. I'll have to look that up. Right near Blackpool. God, is that even a town? It's like in Blackpool. It's contiguous. Chilling. Oh, yes. He's baiting the Fleetwood fans because he used to play for them. Fucking have that. That's for employing me for 8 years. Ooh, Bolton scored a late penalty. It's a bloody good thing we scored. Oh. Google's header photo for Cambois is a broken sea pipe. I'm not seeing that. If I just Google all, it's just a picture of a beach. We should be delighted with that win, boys. Morale is on the up. What do you mean it's pronounced can miss? Don't say that. Hold team meeting. How did he do it, Fleetwood, anyway? He was about as successful as he's been here. Well, he started off at Man City. Never played for them. Loaned him to Barnsley. Scored 5 goals. Then he went to the Dons on loan. Scored 3 goals. And Bradford on a free. 5 goals. Then he was acquired by Fleetwood for £100,000. It didn't really do much. Then he went to Wigan. Did nothing. Then Burton on loan. Didn't do much. And then they loaned him to Motherwell. He scored 4 goals. Then Donny bought him for 40 grand. And then they let him go back to Motherwell. And then we bought him on a free. What a career. Where's Tedic has just started off at Vojvodina in Serbia. And then Kukarički. And then Man City bought him for 3 million quid. Loaned him back to Kukarički. Then loaned him to PEC Zvola. And then we've loaned him. And he's done alright for us, actually, old Slobodan. Great name. Andy Cole's son. Oh, really? What is Van Persie's son up to? Is that... wait, hang on. If we go to information... It doesn't list his son. Or if he doesn't favour his son anyway, if he's not there. Oh, let's have a look at the Premier League. Fuck it, the game hates Man City for some reason. Oof. Bear in mind this is 23, so this is last season, so Leeds are still in there. Why are they called Man UFC? Manchester UFC. Looks like I can't edit their name. Can I edit any names? No, I think you had to do that in the pre-match editor because for whatever reason this is just not capable of it. Ilya Zabani, worth an absolute packet, wants to leave. £37 million transfer request. They bought him for 20 million and never played him. Bizarre. Man U sued Football Manager. Kai Havertz. It's Kai Havertz. This is so weird. He looked really good. And now everybody fucking hates him. Where'd he go again? Havertz? Was it Arsenal? How's he doing there? I don't think he's a bad player. I think he's a good player. Richarlison is just... hard to know what's going on in that young man's mind. I always thought when he was when Watford had him. Who was that other lad they had at Watford? I think he was Belgian, maybe? Really handy. But they were similar in that they could run really well, like beat people, but they just kind of didn't. The end result wasn't there, you know what I mean? And when you're playing for... yeah, Delafeu, yeah. When you're playing for a big club... His mind is going, ah, yeah, possibly. When you're playing for a big club, you can't just sort of put a shift in and almost do something. You have to do things. I think Havertz has got some quality about him, for sure. Last game of the season is this Saturday. I think a lot of it depends on how you use a player. Like, I think a lot of the time, if you're at a club that's having a fucking problems, like Chelsea, you're expected to solve those problems. It's like, we bought this guy, he cost a fortune, he's definitely going to be good. We'll just build the team around that. Or, you know, this guy's not working out, so we need you to play his position. Rather than saying, let's fit you into the best possible position that we can. Who's that lad that Chelsea signed for an absolute cockload of money? Who looks like he really could be quality, but the end product's just not there. Look how many players they've loaned out, Madon. Mudryk. This lad. So, I've seen him play a few times. And first of all, lest we forget. Alright, I'm going to do this. Who here thinks that Kevin De Bruyne is not a very good player? Who here thinks Mo Salah just not a very good player? Both of them were at Chelsea. Neither of them worked out, and they both left. Kevin De Bruyne has been Man City's player of the decade, right? He's been like the engine room of that team. One of the best players to ever play in the Premier League. Amazing. Mo Salah, probably one of Liverpool's all-time great players, like top 10. And they've had a lot of very good players. Maybe top 5. One of the best players in the world. Mudryk might be that guy, you know? I look at players at Chelsea and they fuck up and I think, well, it could just be Chelsea. Which, honestly, delights me no end. I feel bad for the players. But I love it. I love seeing them fail. I love knowing that they might have a player on their books that they're just like, this guy's not working out. Get him out. And they let him go and he goes somewhere else. He's fucking amazing. I love that. I love that. I mean, Lukaku is like a comedy figure now.
Nice jump, Alistair.
The My Dog 77 just resubbed for 2 months.
Grazie. Manager support average. Mads Anderson is phenomenal. We've got to try and hold on to him. I'm alone in the house today. Kids are at school. Zaf's gone into the office. I've got parent-teacher night this evening. Yeah, it's not. So it's listed as parent-teacher night, but I think it's more like welcome to the school. Here's how we do things kind of meeting, which is weird because I've already got a kid at the school, but we didn't go to her one. I think because of COVID, so they didn't have one. Because her first year at secondary school was the lockdown year, which was fucking incredibly damaging to her. But my youngest was okay, I think, because she was just at primary school. But that was her first year at secondary school. And it kind of knocked them for 6 in terms of how they progressed. It was a disaster. Oh no, James Norwood is crocked. He's out for 10 months. When's his contract up? Excellent. He's out of here. I think that's insane, Jazz, man. We're losing Tedic for 2 days. Why have they done this to us? Please tell me he's back in time. If you're comparing Sturridge and Suarez, I mean, Suarez is generational talent. Sturridge was not. That's an incredible statement, I think. Wasn't his celebration that thing? Wasn't that Sturridge's celebration? I always thought that players, I fucking hate it. When players have an organised celebration, I think, so you're telling me you just scored the winning goal in a big game and the first thing you think to do is a stupid celebration. How is that? Do you actually really give a shit? Like, genuinely? Elite talent, Robert Farrington. Star graduate, exciting young prospect. A midfielder who can also go forward. What are the coach reports? Could improve a lot. Could be better than Jonathan Russell. Let's slow down a sec. Big game. Big game. Alright, lads, come on now. I'm gonna have to go to extended highlights for this one. Well, that's a ball. Oh my god. Oh yes! Barry's been around a lot longer than that, mate. A hell of a lot longer than fucking Ronaldo's Sui. Fuck me, dude. It was Babetto's Rock the Baby celebration, I think, that kicked it all off. And Roger Miller, like the 1990 World Cup. Devante Cole has really stepped up in the last month. Yeah, Shearer was just a simple arm in the air. He'd run off pointing. It's quite good. It's iconic. What annoys me is the fucking knee slide. Because it's not just the lad that scored, it's every fucker has to fucking knee slide. And sometimes they do it, and you think, Christ, the ground isn't even wet. Euro 96 as well. The dentist chair celebration. It's been around for ages. It just annoys me because I think, how is... Oh, okay, Keeps. Alright. Glad you got the envelope. Come on now. Come on now. That was the Klinsmann dive. He was diving because they accused him of being a diver, so he dived to be like, there's a fucking dive for you. Yeah, we don't need to see it again. Fuck off. I wonder who our player of the season's going to be. Okay. Is that 4 for Cole? Why are they showing it again? Fuck off. He scored 3. So, I guess one of them was an own goal? Cole. For some reason it shows up as 3 goals. think it might have been Balotelli doing the selfie celebration. He had that shirt, didn't he? Why always me? And I'm thinking, because you're a bellend. Like, that's why it's always you, because you're an absolute bellend. The story's about him. He took an air rifle and took pot shots at the youth team on the training ground and shit. I mean, the guy's crackers. Sell fireworks in his house. Got caught with thousands of pounds in cash when he crashed his car, and the police officer was like, why do you have all this money? He was like, because I'm rich. Like, which is a great defense, honestly. That's fucking hilarious, but he's bonkers. Great player, though. Sure. Oh. Oh, Balotelli was darts? Was it Ashley Cole with an air rifle? Was it really Ashley Cole? Honestly, wouldn't have expected that. I mean, he's a bellend, but I honestly wouldn't have expected an air rifle from Ashley Cole. I think the upshot did quite a good thing on him. Alright, let's get Cole off to a standing O. I don't even see Bolton drawing 2-2. This is it. We get a little promotion mosey around, I think. Way! We don't do a little walk around? Because we're not champions, we don't do the walk around? Shocking. Barnsley celebrate final day promotion. We're in the championship. Initial budget, 3 million quid. Fans of Barnsley were justly proud of the team gain promotion. Fans and pundits alike were unanimous that the person responsible for the team's success was PFlax. One fan commented that with Flax at the helm, he felt anything was possible. Joe Joyce has labelled PFlax an outstanding manager following his successful stewardship of Barnsley's Sky Bet League One promotion campaign. The club favourite noted that while they were amongst the leading contenders to go up, the team had to go out and perform each and every week, and due to Flax's capable leadership and tactical acumen, they were now able to celebrate our job. Very well done. The Barnsley board have praised me and said, we're fantastic. Well done. That's really good. We got up ahead of schedule. Devante Cole turning in one of the best performances of the season. 4 shots, 4 goals. We won't talk about the quality of those goals. We get £10,000 for winning promotion. Wow. We are broke. No, now we're in the big time. We need every penny. I think they might give Tedic Player of the Season. I would personally like to give it to Fabio Giallo in his breakthrough season, but we'll see. They normally give it to someone with the highest average rating. I think Nicky Cadden was really good this season. 12 assists. I think he was very important. Incredibly hard-working player. Just fantastic down that wing. Really good. Used the ball well. Didn't give it away very often at all. Good, smart footballer. Liked him. Right, while it's chundering away, I'm going to make some lunch.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Danno trattino basso Just Resubed for 17 months. Flax 5 TED trattino basso SG.
What's wrong with Brad? Well, Brad did alright. Okay, Brad. How How's he doing in terms of... Is that under dynamics? It's me. Brad is a team leader. Okay, Brad. Yeah, we'll offer you a new contract. $13K a week? Fucking hell. $13K a week. We're going to stay up. Come off it. We all know we're favourites for relegation. We're going to fucking do this, lads. I was expecting more from you in terms of promises, but it's time for a break right now. How about you fuck off, Liam Kaching? Disgraceful. Here's a promise. If you keep testing me, I will bury you in the fucking desert in a shallow grave. How about that for a promise? Fucking assholes. Phillips, Benson and Williams all want contracts. Schedule after meeting. Alright. I mean, we're currently spending... We've got room in the budget to go up to 150k a week. And if we adjust the transfer budget a little bit, we can fart around with it. There's a few big names at this club who we're just going to have to either shift or give a new contract to. Kind of awkward. Oh yeah. I don't know how much money we're going to get in the championship. We've got a big ground. I would like to sign this lad. He was pretty good, but he was quite injury prone. Josh Martin did okay. Tedic was pretty good for us. Bobby Thomas was okay. We didn't use Harry. Brentford went down. Have they got any players we could yoink? I would love to get Tony, but he'd cost a fortune. Kevin Schade. His contract's up. It's 33. But we could use an old head at the back. Ben Mee, also 33. Be pretty handy. His contract is up next year. Leeds, who have they got that we could nab? Weston McKennie and Joel Robles. He's on loan from Juve. Oh, that's only his loan contract. Alright, all their lads are tied up. Who's going down out of these? I'll have to see. Any championship teams that went down that have any decent players? Oof. Any good players at Wigan? He asks, hopefully. Wow, their entire team is up for grabs. I mean, we need to sign a couple of real quality players. Ooh. Hot. Instant noodles, honestly, what a godsend. I really thought instant noodles were not the kind of thing that I thought they were, because pot noodle was the only instant noodle you could really get over here for the longest time. But when you go to China and Singapore, everywhere sells stacks and stacks of instant noodles. Like, it's a standard thing. Eating instant noodles is perfectly normal because they do it in the countries where noodles are like regular things. Max Power is such a good name. Wow, their team really stinks. There's some players that we could nab here, though. Luke Garbett. Ah, Gary Maydeen. He might be our big man next year. Look at that. Jumping 16, heading 16. He's old, but he's an absolute nutter. Good teamwork, good aggression, strong. He might be the lad we need to replace the outgoing Tedic. Berili Lubala. What a great name. CJ Hamilton. He's not very good. Keshi Anderson. Chieze Ogbene. Very quick. How long's he out for? 2 to 4 weeks. Where's he loaned from? Burnley. He's not great, but he did pretty well for us. He's young. He's going to improve. Yeah. You've got to use the loan market. In the Championship, you can get Premier League youth team on loan that are like way too good. A lot of players we need to sign. Whoa. Really? They have to replay the whole game? I saw Pogba has been suspended. That is so stupid. That is really stupid. I mean, if you think how shitty and stupid the decision making the refs make in the Premier League is sometimes, imagine how shit it is in the lower leagues, because it's criminal. Still, could be baseball. Baseball is awful. Yeah. So if the fans give the refs too much shit, I guarantee you they're in the back of their mind they're thinking, fuck these dickheads. We had a couple of refs at Bournemouth that when they got there, it was just like the abuse they got was unbelievable. Because there'd been some game that they refed where they had just been appalling. I mean, I genuinely have a lot of sympathy for referees. It's a thankless task. And it's very rare you get a ref that people like. Kalina was an example of that. Because A, he was very good, but also you felt like he was in control. I think the referees could do themselves a big favour by not doing things like running backwards away from groups of players and shit like that. There's a reason that rugby refs have a lot of respect and football refs do not. And part of it is that you know this guy is in charge. And they're competent and they're not scared. Football refs look scared. They look like a teacher whose class is out of control and they're just a substitute teacher. That's what the vibe they give off is.
Inside those 4 white lines is
Francesco Totti es un jugador de más toque de pelota. Vamos a ver qué actitud toman finalmente los jugadores de la Roma. Cartulina amarilla para Zanetti, parece.
No para Bergo.
Ya iba de nuevo Francesco Totti y ahora es Colonés el que recibe la cartulina amarilla. Es la segunda vez que amaga Totti. Se enfadan también los jugadores del Inter.
Sí, es que en realidad está prohibido amagar, pero también Silvestre ha vuelto.
Allá va Totti. El lanzamiento muy duro. La pelota ha rebotado en un defensor. Candelà intenta jugar, intenta abrir el campo. Francesco Totti hacia...
Didn't take any shit. I mean, there's Owen Jones, I think it is, isn't it? Is it Owen Jones? The ref? Rugby ref? Is it Owen Jones? Something like that. Very much respected. Nigel Owens, sorry. Oh man. The original Ronaldo, amazing player. Totally destroyed by injury. What a crime. He was so good. If you want to see how good he was when he was young, he was at PSV, which is bonkers, but he was. Bobby Robson took him there to replace Romario, who had been at PSV. And you just watch him run rings round the other players. Wales. That's exactly what the match engine does. That's exactly what the match engine does. It generates sort of reasonable estimation of what's happening on the pitch. You know what we need? We need someone who can fucking take a set piece. I like the look of this lad. I mean, the name is... He is 29 and the club doesn't really like that, but... For a lad in the middle who's just gonna fucking break things up, he could be pretty fucking handy. Is he better than Luca Connell, Herbie Kane, Josh Benson? Not one of these lads is really good at tackling. Not one. He's not particularly good. Damn, that is savory. He'll be on a free. A Luxembourger, you say? We do need a winger. Well, we're buying those noodles again. Superb. This lad looks alright. Devante Cole wants a new contract. I don't think he deserves it. No. He's not happy at all. I think you are right. I am going to offer you a new contract because I like you, Jordan, and I think you're a young player who's getting better, and I'm going to offer you a contract. $13K a week. All right, how much does he want? He is a regular starter. All right, fine. Finding a decent fullback is really hard. Really hard. They want 50K for Daniel Sinani. Sure. Easy peasy. Well, Barry, I've got to tell you, neither me nor Mrs. F are clean freaks. Yeah, neither of us. Charlo's doing great. He started to peter out. I mean, you know, the brightest stars burn out the quickest or something like that. Anderson and Benson. Mads Anderson. Transfer list. What will it take to keep you here? Oh, well. If a fee comes in that matches our valuation, I'll have to say yes. I value you at 5.75 million. Okay, how about 5.25? Okay, someone offers 5.25 million for you. I'll have to accept. It's a damn shame. Josh Benson wants a new contract. 23. He's okay. Alright, yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, we can't lose everybody. That's a lot of money. $13 on the nose. We've got to lock up a core of the team, especially the guys who've been here a while, know how we play. I've done this before loads of times. You go out, you sign like 18 new players, you get rid of all the other ones, and it just doesn't work out. They take forever to fucking gel. Oh, Brad Collins wants a new contract. You know what, Brad? You're not very good, but you're the best we've got, and you're young, and you're here, so I'll offer you a new contract. But that's too much money. Oh, we're burning through our cash already. I mean, Forest, fucking hell, when they went up. Whew. Brennan Johnson go to Spurs? That's interesting. He was very highly rated in Football Manager. So they signed 22-23 Morgan Gibbs-White, Taiwo Awonyi, Danilo, Neco Williams, Emmanuel Denis, Aurel Mangala, Musa Niakate, Julian Bancone, Lewis O'Brien, Remo Freuler, Omar Richards, John Joe Shelby, Renan Lodi, Chris Wood, Yujo Huang, Willie Bolly, Harry Toffolo, Felipe, Josh Bowler. God, they signed so many players. Loads of them. Quite a few on loan. They spent a fortune, didn't they? They spent 200 million euros they spent on players. 200 million. They signed 40 players in 2 years? Good God. Who owns Nottingham Forest? I mean, I'm glad they're back in the league. I love Forest. Like they've got such history. Their owner is Evangelos Marinakis. Wow, that's a good beard. He's a media mogul, ship owner, lyricist, and member of the Piraeus City Council. He's a founder and owner of Capital Maritime and Trading Corp. And also owns Olympiakos. Good God. How rich is this guy? List of Greeks by net worth. That's he is worth 2.5 billion. Nicky Cadden wants a new contract. Fair enough, Nicky. Fair enough. You were big for us last season. I'm going to reward that. Sounds good. Regular starter. And we're going to offer him that. 13. Can we knock that down to 12? Doing business with you? Thank you for doing business with you. That's how you shake hands. Nicky Cadden was good for us last season. I've decided I'm not going to be as ruthless with the players as I normally am. I think it builds a bad vibe. I'm offering him around for £1 million. Anyone want to take Devante Cole off my hands? He has a throne at the City Ground? Does he really? That's amazing. Of course, Barry. On the back of a washing machine. Sign it there, lad. Here. Make a cup of tea. Marjorie, cup of tea for this young lad, please. Young man, does he need to be here? Please let us get Sinani. We need a winger and he looks handy enough. What? I'm going to appeal. We might not get Sinani. That's a disaster. Alright. Good on you. When's his contract up? Next end of this season. I would like to sell him now. I think it's silly when they're already playing. They're already playing in this country, and I need a permit? Do you know what I mean? It's like, he's already here. He's already playing. He's employed. You're telling me that he needs a work permit? And you're denying it? He's already here. You can, okay. It was rejected. He's not of a high enough standard. Well, that's cancelled then. Shit the bed. The club is facing a tax bill of 700. We made 3.7 million. My fucking arse, we did. Oh. Where did all that money come from? Sponsorship. Okay. No, we'll take that. We're kind of waiting for it to tick over. Once things tick over, players get released, players are listed for loan, players are transfer listed, and it's just much easier. So I guess we'll just wait. Yeah, you're going to have to wait fucking ages. Also, I don't know if we can send them out on loan, because now you used to be able to do that. But now, because we're not in the, like, what used to happen is you'd buy a player from a non-EU country, send them on loan to Belgium, because Belgium will apparently just allow anyone in, and then after a few years there, they have EU citizenship, and you get them into the UK and they can play. Oh, we've got Lee Catamol as a coach. Discipline, 16 for sure. I'll have a look who our sponsors are. Like, yeah, if they're 15, some 15-year-old Brazilian wonder kid, but then again, I don't know where you're meant to loan them. I mean, the one good thing is you genuinely can sign players from anywhere. Like, they can be non-EU. Previously, if they were non-EU, there was, like, serious limits. Whereas now, we can sign players from all over the place. The problem is the work permit system is like, we haven't heard of this guy, so we're not going to give him a work permit. It's like, he's one of the most promising footballers of his generation. This guy's going to be worth millions. No. No. Who's offered a contract to Grig? This is a guy I want. Only sign Grig as a last resort. Oh, he's terrible. Yeah, sorry, no, withdraw that. I was confusing with someone else. Well, Grig's on fire. Well, Grig's on fire. He's not anymore. Will Griggs retired. Will Griggs retired. I think Brad Collins played every match for us last season. Here's a New York Times article. Only a few 100,000 people visit the Tank Museum in the English countryside each year, but on YouTube it's more popular than the Met and MoMA. I watch all the Tank Museum vids. I watch them all. It's always some fusty old professorial type who comes into shop. Good afternoon, my name is Professor Stephen Daniels, and I'm here to talk about my favourite 5 British tanks. Now, this is the Pluto Nash Model 4 tank, which saw action in Burma in the latter part of the fundamentalist wars of 1963 between Britain and the compatriots of the moon. First glance, not particularly special tank. It's a bit stubby. As you can see, it has wheels instead of tracks, and it has no main armament. However, I would argue that the utility of this tank is exceptional for 3 reasons. It's like that. It's literally like that. And they've always got some funny little take on... Oh, here we go. The end of season review. The new arrivals. Slobodan, Bobby, Adam, Josh, Ziad Larkesh, who was excellent for us, actually. I'd love it if we can get him back. He doesn't look great, but he was really good in League One. These are all the newcomers. So these lads, a lot of I didn't sign any of them. They were all signed before I arrived. The results. Yeah, we had that amazing run where we didn't lose. Then we lost 1 game. And then we had another really good run. And then this was our wobble when things started to fall apart. And then we won 5 out of our last 6. Big, big results. B+. Biggest win, 5-0 over Fleetwood. Match to remember, beating Man City. Goal of the season, the Barnsley central midfielder delights fans. Who's that? Who's that? I think that's Benson. Made some good money. We only sold 137 shirts. Manager of the Award, of course I won 1 Manager of the Month award. The club Fans Player of the Season, I told you it would be Slobodan. Young Player of the Season. Goal. How he gets Young Player of the Season and not Jallo, who at 16 came into the first team and scored 17 goals. Nicky Catton was excellent. Tedic was good. Yeah, Slobodan Tedic was our Player of the Season, really. Yeah, we beat Bournemouth 3-2. We beat Man City 2-0. Then, unfortunately, we lost to, I think it was Brighton who undid us in the end. $137 shirts, about 500,000 in merch sales. I guess we just sell other things. All the Barnsley branded Bovril. Roll up, get the Barnsley branded Bovril boxes and biscuits. Bovril biscuits, branded by Barnsley. Available in all boutique Barnsley Bonanza Blockbuster big stores Oh, Josh Martin makes it into the Sky Bet Players Select. Bodegas everywhere. Flax bobblehead. Just me grinning. They're not a big thing, are they, in the UK? I love the bobblehead thing. I think they're really, really stupid. I like that. It's 33, but we could really use a wise head at the back like this. Jornsson and Anderson at the back. The double Danish. We'll be lucky to get him. Get him out. Aiden Marsh. Trigger extension. Jasper Moon. Jack Butterell. Clark O'Dur. I don't like this lad at all. And Luke Thomas. Don't like him either. I don't know why that was so hard that our director of football was unable to handle it. It's just all these numbers everywhere. Ryan Finnegan at Crew. On loan from Southampton. Running out though. That would be good. Good young midfielder. Who else is after him? Everyone. Ryan Giles. I don't know who that is. I'll have a look. Ryan Giles is at Borough. Is he good? Oh, Christ. Oh. They want too much money for him. Maybe we could get him on loan. I honestly don't know how we're on a B. Got no idea. We got to the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup, beating Man City and Bournemouth on the way there. 2 Premier League sides. We finished second. We were expected to just get into the playoffs. We weren't meant to really get promoted for at least a couple of seasons. We went up first time. The only team that beat us was... We beat Ipswich, but they won the league. We drew a few games. They didn't. So the issue is, I would love to sign this guy. But we already tried, and we couldn't. I can't even find details of their work permit. Like, where are you even meant to see details of the work permit? Information? Newcastle won the FA Cup on penalties after a 3-3 draw. That's a thriller. Salah, Isak, Diaz, Isak, Salah, Isak in the 91st minute. And then penalties, Tsimikas missed. How's Isak done this season? Not too bad. How have Newcastle done? They finished 5th? Thiago Silva. So, I sign him, pay him 10 grand a week, then I need to find a loan club and wait a whole year. We're not a Premier League side. He's not some 19-year-old who's going to come good. He's in his prime. I need him now. I need him now. We need to stay up. He's not worth fucking about with and going like, well, we'll get him and loan him out. Fuck that. I need him now. If we can't get him now, we'll get someone else. He doesn't have a current club, brother. He doesn't have a current club. He's running out of contract. That's the point. Perry Ng. That's a... I think that's normally a Vietnamese name. Perry Tian He Ng. Might even be... Singaporean. I think Ng is actually one of the most common surnames in Southeast Asia and Asia in general, like East Asia in general. Because I remember I had a doctor, Dr. Ng, and I said to him, is your last name Vietnamese? He goes, no, it's Chinese. He said it's probably one of the most common surnames in China. I was like, really? I was like, yes. I was like, gosh. He said, that's that. And then offered to cut me open and fuck with my heart. And I was like, you know what, Dr. Ng? Let's fucking go. Listen to me, lads. Listen to me now. I will go into the editor and delete this lad from the game if it comes up one more time. The fuck? How? Look, this lad, I'm not being funny, this lad is a Premier League footballer. If this keeps happening, I'm just going to edit them, move to my club, because this is fucking stupid. If I was signing some fucking 11-year-old from nowhere, but he's already playing in the Premier League, I shouldn't need a new contract for that. That's so silly. I don't care. It makes the game unplayable. It's stupid. I mean, we could move this lad to our club, and we could move that other lad to a club. I'm honestly sorely tempted to do it, just because otherwise it's fucking AIDS, is what it is, as Mum would say. It fucking drives me up the cocking wall. They're already here. They're already here. This isn't even that fucking good. I just now I want him. We'll do a poll in chat. I don't know how to do polls. How do I do a poll? No, you can just edit and move to my club. Chat settings? How do I even do a poll? Is it on the right here? How about this? New poll. There's a new poll. We have a tiny squad as it is. Look at our miserable little squad. And now we're being told we can't sign any fucking players. They're free. They're available and are free. They've agreed a contract. They want to come here. Some officious bureaucrat is saying, no. 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 Oh, everyone's miserable because of what I did to Devante Cole. Alright, people are saying yes. 81 to 19. Alright, so Daniel Sinani. Move to my club. 0 fee. Okay. What contract is he on? 7 grand a week for 4 years. Job done. And the other lad is Jornsson. Move to my club as a player. No fee. And he's on 6 grand a week. Perfect. Perfect. How do you view this? Oh yeah, as a list. Kofi Balmer. Scott Banks. Malik Mothersill. I like the look of this lad. Can play anywhere along the right. Joe, I'm going to offer you a contract. Star player. He wants big money. I'll offer you 10 grand a week for 3 years. Oh, oh, really? Yeah, that's a no then, brother. Ooh. He's on big bucks. Holy shit. Perry Ng. Damn.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Thank you.
Brun DMC just resubbed for 15 months.
This lad looks excellent. Now this is a lad, a wily old head in the championship. Ashley Barnes. Quality. He is 33, but this would be a hell of a get. He is the kind of shithouse we need. That is exactly right. This lad would give us another attacking option, can play up front, can play deeper. He's very good, like, attacking wise, but he's a lazy fucker. But he's quality on the ball. He's 29 though. I'll think about him. I'll think about him. Miguel Aziz has loads of potential. He's only 20. Oh. Nope, can't do it. Compensation was £1,000,000. Can't do it. Yeah, but Harrington, the problem is the board is like, don't sign anyone over the age of 28. And that's the kind of shit they get angry about. We sign him now. He'll probably want a 3-year deal, maybe even a 4-year deal for good money. We might have to sign him on 15, 16, 17k. I mean, he's stamina 4. So he's never going to finish a game. He's lazy as fuck. So he's going to show flashes of class, but that's not really what Barnsley's about. This lad can play anywhere across the front, so he'd be useful as a squad player. I haven't got any money left. It's because we've got all these outstanding offers. They want £7,000,000. We can't afford it. Can't afford it. Well, we've got a couple of decent youth teamers, a couple of midfielders, but we'll see. Like, if we sign Harvey Barnes, not Harvey Barnes, sorry, I wish, Ashley Barnes. He is the kind of player, if you get him in the championship, he's going to smash him in. No, we kept Cadden. We need a left back. That's the thing we need. We've only got Liam Kitching at the moment. Barry Cotter can play there, but Nicky Cadden can play there. And he's actually not too bad, but he can't tackle. And he's better going forward. Kind of waiting for it to tick over so we can... Maybe someone will come in with an offer for Devante Cole. Wow, the Tank Museum now has 10 people working on YouTube output. That's amazing. Man, Russian bots, because they're positively talking about tank usage in the Battle of Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, I should say. Russian bots are spamming the Tank Museum's YouTube videos with negative comments. You dicks. No, it's never really worth checking the Scottish leagues, unfortunately. Wanted that guy. So my mum, God bless her, she, in the summer, the girls went to stay with her for about a week. She loves having them, you know, she loves her granddaughters and everything. And they were down there, and my youngest who uses WhatsApp to its fullest. She will send you voice messages. She will send you videos. She will change her status. She does it all. Because she's on WhatsApp with her mates. So her social media group and my eldest social media group are just their mates, which I think is really healthy and great. So they all have like a little Discord server. They got little WhatsApp groups and stuff. And I'm like, that's the kind of sort of social media, if you want to put it that way, that I love, because it's a chance for them to chat to their friends and have a laugh and all the rest of it. Fantastic. She's at my mum's house. Sends me a video of my mum feeding these seagulls. And what happens is, every day, this pair of seagulls turn up at her window, and they're like, you know the way seagulls look. And they're like looking in the window. Where the fuck is the food? She has to go out, and they sort of go, and just wait just a few feet from her. She puts the food down. While they're being fed, the pigeons turn up, and they're like, we'll patiently wait our turn. So she feeds the pigeons. She puts that in a different place from the seagulls. And the seagulls understand this is ours, that's the pigeons. She also feeds a family of foxes who come to the garden. She puts dog food out for them. There's another animal she feeds. I can't remember what it is. Either way, she feeds all of these animals. And it, like, my kids were laughing about it because they think it's really funny. Like, we have a bird table and we put bird food on it and the birds eat there. But we don't have that relationship that she's got with these animals where they come to her house and they're like, any food today? You know, and they will sort of wait. And the pigeons will stand on the fence and sort of peer in and coo. And they know that if they do that, she'll come out and give them food. I think there's a squirrel she feeds as well. So the kids were laughing about this, and I was like, look, Granny's on her own. They want to sign Brad Collins. No interest in joining Stoke. They've rejected it. All right. Brad Collins. It's just, it ties her day up. You know what I mean? It's like she gets up, does her little things around the house. Then at a certain point, she feeds the animals that come to her house. It's nice. Old people, it gives them something to do, you know? I thought it was really sweet. When's it going to tick over, man? Well, we're not going to be putting our first team in the cups this year, I'll tell you that much. Does anyone know the coaching badges? There's the Continental A and then the B and stuff. So is the A the highest tier, or do you start at A and then you go A, B, C, D? So like D is better. I don't know how it works. Yeah. He's just not good enough. I don't think he's quite good enough for the championship. I don't think he's going to get too much better. He could, but I mean, if you look at his stats, so this is this fullback. He was good for us last season. He really was. 6.92. He was good. He was solid. Missed a lot of games with injury. His decision making is good. He's only 20. Defenders tend to peak a little bit later. The thing is, if you look at his stats, you think this guy isn't that good. But he played really well for us. But I know he's going to ask for an absolute fortune. Compensation is 625. See, we're not fucking paying that. So apparently determination this year, I've seen on the forums, you only need about 12, 13 and that'll be fine. Like generally the idea, like previously, if they had determination 20, it mean they were definitely going to improve, right? But apparently that's less the case this year. I mean, it did feel to me like most players are going to improve just by repetition. I wonder if it's the 1st of July that it ticks over. Look, these are all players I want. Sadly, none of them are players we can get until we figure out what the fuck. I mean, I wouldn't mind shifting Brad Collins for big money. £3 million for a pretty mediocre keeper. He's not bad. He is not bad. I could use the money. There have been some rule changes. Yeah, sure. More physios is great. Yeah, the rule changes just now. It's the dates are different. You know they fucking love sending that round. These are the updated rules for the new season. Please take note of all the changes. As you can see, we did spend £1 million of FA money and about 6 months preparing these rules, so please do check them carefully. Thank you very much. We got Coventry, Sheffield, Norwich, Sheffield United again. So with Barnsley, Sheffield, it's pretty good. Home to Stoke is our last game of the season. We've got to host fierce rival Sheffield United on the 12th of December. Yes, we would like to enter that. Yeah, the training thing is just fucking... I think the main thing for me is if we've got a big game coming up against a team that I know is like especially good at something from last time we played them. Like there are some teams you play and they fucking murder you in the air. So you're just like, shit, these lads are fucking huge and they're all really good at set pieces. You can't get a ball in the box and they're just like units. Like Gillingham. Like under Pulis, you know what I mean? One of those just... Everyone they sign is like, whoa. Like every player in the press conference is like, yeah, it was a good game. You know, they're like fucking giants. So it's like, oh, shit. So what you can do is in the couple of weeks before, I just focus on loads and loads and loads of focus on aerial defense and just like set piece defense. And just hope for the best. Brad Collins said no to Stoke. Good, that does save me a headache. I ain't joining fucking Stoke. Where's Brad from? He's from Southampton. I ain't joining fucking Stoke. Yeah, go on then. Get him out the fucking door. I don't know who my assistant manager is. I'll have a look. Kiefer Moore off to Sunderland. Sunderland offer 4.6 million for... I mean, I guess that's Kiefer Moore. He's good in the championship, I'm sure. It's just a fucking lump. Match reviews? Is that as in like, is that a training thing where they go over the matches and like in training? If you do it manually, it's... I just don't know what difference it makes. Brian Cooter? No, it's Cotter, actually. Need to look for some players on loan. Can't remember how many players we can have on loan, long-term loans. I just get decent Premier League youth teamers in to fill in the positions. Generally full-back, wide, and a striker and a goalie. I mean, I've watched a lot of championship games, and I would say the standard is good. Compared to what it was, it's really good these days. Like, I think the standard in the championship now is comparable to the early days of the Premier League. And certainly, if you look back, like the old League One, Division 1, the old Division 1, the standard compared to nowadays was pretty shit. I mean, there were a lot of dog shit teams and players in there. And the championship now, it's really fucking strong. However, there are a lot of players who are only good enough for the championship. And this is like the highest they'll ever play. But it's way more balanced. It doesn't feel like there's only one team that can go up. It feels like a really good tournament. I love the championship. I think it's really exciting. Danny Benson. Yeah, sure. Right. This lad's available for loan. Handy. 115k a month. Are you mad? Yeah, fuck off. Is there any way I can edit the search so that... What? Right, we've got a backup goalie. Hopefully we get that backup left back. Oof. Right back. Michael Mellon. Charlie McNeil. 19. Poacher. Off the ball good. Finishing good. Composure good. What about a wide midfielder? Tony Springett. Can play left or right. He's quick and he can dribble. That'll do me. He played 12 times in the Premier League last season. If he was that close to the first team... Oh, they want money. This lad's pretty fucking spicy. Let's see what the team looks like if we get those guys. We've got like 4 central midfielders at the club already. We've got the O's. Is who we've drawn in the cup. I've got to do this for all of them. There's one thing I genuinely hate. It's the staff stuff. It really, really annoys me. I just don't have any interest in spending the time looking for a data analyst. I don't see the effect on the field. I can't see it. It's like... How good is Danny Owen? He's shit. Danny. $92K. Well, I'm not signing a new contract for him. No, it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me because one of the... Again, Dysinator, you've jumped in here with a wrong comment. I couldn't, because one of the contracts that was up for renewal was the director of football. And I didn't see his because his was all the way at the bottom. So I would have had to sort him out first and then get him to handle all the rest. I did wonder why I wasn't popping up, and I thought maybe my director of football has already left. But then I thought, oh well, I'll just click these. But that was why I couldn't click that button. That's why it was grayed out. Otherwise I would have clicked that button. Because I have played this game a lot. You can select the rest of them though. What do you mean you can select the rest of them though? You mean I would have had to click on each of them individually? Like I did? Probably saved me like 3 clicks. I don't care. I have nothing better to do. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday. What else do I have to do? Lads, I hate to break it to you. I've got nothing better to do with my time. I'm sitting here playing a fucking imaginary football game. You want to min-max it? Huh? I care about what happens on the pitch. Maybe he's a good scout? Yeah. Once we get those loans in, things will look a lot better. Good stuff, team. In summary, happy. Luca Connell wants a better contract. And Callum Styles wants a better contract. Who the fuck is Callum Styles? He's pretty fucking handy, actually. Manager support is poor. Oh, good on you, Callum. When does his contract run out? Man. Get all these loanees in, and I'm happy. You need a big squad. It's a long season. We're going to have injuries. We're going to have a loss of form. We've got 7 million cups to play in. This lad's name is Jack Spong. A mate of mine used to have an Excel spreadsheet that he maintained alongside his game of Football Manager. So he had a very detailed Excel book to further nerdify his playing of Football Manager. Now this is true, okay? He watched every game. He watched all the friendlies, which is fair enough. The reserve games, like under 21s, under 18s. He managed them and watched them. So he was there for all the games for his club. Under 18s, under 21s, first 11. He would go and watch, if there was a player he was thinking of signing, he would go and watch the game. So he would watch the game that they were in. And he would record at like intervals during the season. He would get every player, type their stats in to a spreadsheet. So he would have them at July 2015, September 2015, December 2015, and then February 2016. And he'd look at their progress and see how they were doing, rather than just look for the arrows that show you, oh, he's getting better. He wanted to know how much. So he would like manage an unbelievable amount. An unbelievable amount. Now, if you want, you can absolutely do that.
Nice jump, Alistair.
It's the only game he ever
Bulmisa
played.
just resubed for 47 months, 5 kids going on 4 years. Perhaps it's time I tell my wife about this.
Alright, alright. Yeah, he was obsessed. No, he worked in transport planning. Like, he was a data cruncher for a living. Like, that's just what he did. The thing is, you'd think, why then would he want to do that in his spare time? Like, do basically what is data crunching in his spare time? Like I said, this is the only game he ever played. I know a lot of people for whom this is the only computer game they have installed on their PC. That's it. They don't play anything else. Nothing. Nothing. Name the best video game you've ever played. Never even heard of it. This is why this sells so many copies. There's no competition. None. So, financially we're still in the black. We are spending a little bit over our budget for wages, but hopefully if Devante goes, that'll help. Take a look at Charlie McNeil, he says. Yeah, so I wanted to loan this lad. I think we've made an offer to loan him as an extra striker. He's got very good finishing. I've seen him do seen him do okay when I've played previously. I don't think he ever turns into like a world beater, but he certainly did okay. Mother will want to loan Robbie Cundy. Cannot be terminated. How many centre-backs have we got? Is Cundy even going to get a look in? We've got so many. Yeah, you can fucking have him. Yep, fuck off. Get him out the door. I mean, he may well turn out to be a good Premier League striker. Not sure for which team. Can't possibly be for Man U. Lamau. I just can't believe what's happening there. There's no characters in the dressing room anymore. I just can't believe it. There's no leadership. Where's the bottle? They shouldn't want to come out and play like that. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. By the way, when Roy Keane is really having a go, he goes very quiet and very high. It's unexpected. I feel like Graham Souness always stayed pretty low. Yeah, can't believe it. Just unacceptable level of football. You can't be playing like that. Roy Keane's like, it's just unbelievable. Where's the leadership? Where's the characters in the dressing room? Who wants to loan Jason Sraha? And what? And yes. There's just no quality. If you want other suggestions, Alvaro Fernandez, Charlie Savage, and Zidane Iqbal, Teden Mengi. I will have a look. I mean, we're not in a position to sign any of these players, but we can always have a look. Charlie Savage. I wonder, is he related to who I think he's related to? Is it Robbie Savage's son? We'll pop him on the short list. Alvaro. Alvaro Fernandez, a goalie. Zidane Iqbal. Again at Man U. He looks quite spicy. Teden Mengi. I mean, again, there's no way we get these lads. They're all very highly rated at Man U. I mean, I don't know why you think we're going to get these guys. On loan, maybe, but Man U want 115 grand a week, a month to loan these lads. That's £1 million. Who's this lad? Callum Sykes has been really fucking pushing on. Look at this kid. His name is Callum Sykes and he's Hungarian. I guess Callum Styles, sorry. Hungarian English. Interesting. Got 12 caps. Hungarian English. Now, do you think that means... Oh, yes, Hungarian grandparents. I wonder if that would... Which do you think is more likely? Hungarian husband, English wife, or English husband, Hungarian wife? Because I've been to Hungary. Let me tell you, the ladies there are top notch. The men look like brick walls with faces. They are jacked, all of them. They're stomping around like... People who, when they want to turn their neck, they're like... Interesting. You know what I find quite funny? I want you to do this if in your area. How many pubs do you know? Because there's quite a few. It's a regular old pub. What kind of food do they do? Thai food. Why is that? Why do these pubs suddenly start doing Thai food? Because these pub owners went to Thailand, got a wife, came back. She was like, I'm not going to do nothing. I want to open... Let me do Thai food. I know a bunch of Thai people. We can get them over. Thai food. All right, love, you do your little Thai food. There's a pub near me. They do Thai food. It's really, really, really good. And one time I was feeling cheeky. I had a couple of pints. I said to the lady, she was like the older lady. She wasn't old. She's a little bit older than me. But the kitchen was full of these young girls cooking. And then she was clearly like my age. And I was like, can I just ask, are you like the head chef here? And she was like, yeah. And I said, how did you get to, why does, how did you get to do Thai food at the pub? It's kind of an unusual combo. She goes, oh, my husband's the landlord. I was like, oh, of course. I knew immediately. But I thought, let's just check, because maybe I'm being mean. But 100% just makes me laugh, because you see it all the time. Pub that's like called the Prince Charles's Head English Rifleman Super Guardsman English Pub. Now serving Thai food. I mean, the Thai food near me, the one near me, is really good. Really good. It's proper Thai food. And really tasty. And it's just, you think, if it was something like... Like, let's say it's an area with a very high Indian population or big Pakistani population. It would make sense that if the pubs were still going, that the food they offer would also be something that appeals to the community. That makes sense. But there's not a big Thai diaspora in Twickenham. There's a big Vietnamese diaspora in Hampton, one of the biggest outside Vietnam. And there's loads of Vietnamese people in southwest London. Loads. And you can get really good Vietnamese food around there. If you go to New Malden, it's all Koreans. It is all Koreans. I'll see if I can show you. I'm sure some of you know, but some of you might not know. New Malden. So there's the miserable bastard building where I used to work when I was the most depressed I've ever been. So let's enter New Malden High Street. Immediately on your right, there is a Korean barbecue shop. There is a Waitrose. We keep going. That is Indian and Bangladesh. That is Sam and Sunny Hair. I'm pretty sure that they are Korean. There's a Japanese restaurant there. This place does bubble tea. That lady could be of Korean descent. Seoul Plaza, which is a shop that sells Korean stuff. Oriental food specialists. There's another tea room, probably doing bubble tea. That says Fine Antique Cafe. We keep going. I'm sure there's more down this other end here. There, what's that? Hello. Hapu. Or Haru? Haru or Hapu? Can't tell. Hair salon. Kebab shop. Oops, that's a GDK. I didn't know that GDK. KJ restaurant. What they sell? Sushi and grill. Yami, which is another, that's a Korean barbecue and Japanese food. This place, the Tree Stone. What's that? It's a butcher's that does, they have all Korean signage in the window. Damn Health. Don't know what that is. Could be Korean. There used to be a couple of Korean travel agents down here as well. Yumi Sushi. What's that? Sofre restaurant. That's Persian food. Nice. I love Korean food, so honestly we should go to New Malden and get some Korean food. Taiwanese bubble tea. Costa, of course. They got a Wilco. Wonder if that's still going to be there when they do the next set of pictures. Education and consulting. Eureka Education and Consulting. Don't know what that is. What's this? The Korean Culture and Arts Center. How do they got room for a Pizza Express? Salt and Vinegar? Question mark. Another Korean restaurant. This lady could be of Korean extract. As could that lady. Something to do with Seoul. Chinese acupuncture stuff. Bibimbap place. Can't see what. There's a restaurant. Could be anything. Looks Korean. Nando's closed down. They don't need it. Nobody wants bloody Nando's running. Get them out. And this is the pub where I watched most of the World Cup in Japan and Korea. When we were at work, we would just fuck off to the pub. And it was full of Koreans. It was fantastic. I've never seen people so happy to win a game of football in my life. In my life. Stockwell, is that... Nick, is that... I forget where Stockwell is. Is that Little Portugal? Is that the place? It's just north of Battersea. Is that Stockwell? Yeah, we went there. I went there a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's like really good food. There's loads of places there for where you can eat out. Really nice vibe. Busy, really busy on a night out. My God. I went to a Tet, which is the Vietnamese New Year, which is like Christmas and all of it rolled into one. Huge celebration. All the ladies dress up in traditional Vietnamese gear. All the fellas just wear whatever. Typical men. and they all play Chinese poker on the backs on the overturned like tables and barrels and stuff like that. They're fucking obsessed with gambling. So all the ladies are doing all the singing and all the displays, and all the kids are expected to watch, and the grandparents and that, and then all these young fellas are just gambling, shouting in Vietnamese and betting, and Mrs. F's cousin was like, "Don't get involved, Ted. It's a fucking nightmare, mate." I was like, fair. How's the squad looking? Pretty good. Pretty good. Right, unfortunately I have shit to do this afternoon, so I kind of need to deal with that. I get way better engagement, by the way, on... Send this to a bold person you know. Fucking hilarious. I get that on Instagram. Anything to do with boldness, pictures of bold people, pictures of bold men, memes that say send this to a bold person, memes about boldness, memes about bold people, songs about bold people. Stop sending it to me. It's not funny. It's not because I'm worried about being bold. It's just boring. The memes are not funny. If it's funny, send it. But you're taking a fucking risk. Because if it's not funny, you just look a cunt. Anyway, I will be back this evening. I hope you can join me then. I'll crack on with the pre-season and get things wrapped up. So yeah, don't fear not. The run continues. We'll see how Barnsley do in the championship. Peace out.